Thank you for the good. Thank you for the bad. Thank you for creating evil. Thank you for creating, not by chance or by luck. Your time is perfect. While I'm in this flesh, I'd expect that you create evil. Isaiah 45:7. Calamity and chaos and vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Mostly evil. So one day at a time on this evil rock that I walk. Take it one day at a time and one word at a time, right? So the days go marching by, one day closer to death. That Roger Waters said that. So thank you, Father, for all things, for creating all things. Thank you for my puppies. There's my good puppies. And thank you for my kitties and the farm, the ministry, and for the hard times, for the suffering. He said long suffering. It's going to be long suffering. So that's what your word says. You're the creator of all things and you create evil. And most people enter through the wide gate. So that means most people are evil. Not my puppy, though. My puppy's a good boy. Thank you for my puppies. Oh, man. Thank you for Berkey water. All right. Why are you so stuck to me? So there'll come a day. It's on the calendar now. I don't like to do this whole calendar nonsense. What? What's your deal? You mad because your brother's on the couch and you have to share the couch? I'm going to share the couch. You'll be fine. Okay? All right? Okay, he's okay. All right. So thank you, Father, for all things. And we'll get through this last however many days it is until the 24th of November or till December 2nd. So they're either going to drop it by then or take me to court and trial, and I'll either go to jail and get to be with the puppies. So I think I'm going to try and hang out with the puppies as much as possible and do what I need to do around here and get the vehicle ready to leave. I need to get that done. It's been a long, be 544 days. 544 days or 552 days. Because Father does all things by the number, we've been for all for nothing. But Father has a plan. I'm not going to make any. He'll crush him. He wrecks him for me. He does that. So. But there's a court date. So I'm not making plans as of yet. I just know I could get to that date, and when I get to that date, I'll either go to jail or it'll be over. I guess there's these other charges, but they're either going to drop this whole case or they're not going to drop it. I know that. So, um, yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that I'll may go to jail to get to be with the puppies. So I can't. I don't have a record, so they can't put me in jail for that long. But I don't want to spend any days without the puppies. So they don't do too well when Dad's not around because they're good boys all the time. They're always good boys. But they don't do. They kind of have this one's okay, but the other one's got some serious attachment disorder. So, but we'll see. Like I said, we'll see what the Most High has planned, because I don't want to make any plans. He'll wreck them. We'll see. Anything could happen between now and then. That's a lot of days between now and then to tick off with all these states getting military put in them. So. Who knows? We could all be in lockdown by then. Because I was already trying to leave to go set up another ministry in South America so I can tithe food, because I want to tithe food. I've kind of got a thing for food. So, but I don't know. We'll see. I want to go and get to where I can get to a better climate to grow food so I can send it to all the ministry. So it's kind of a thing that this ministry is supposed to be doing. The ministry is supposed to give back to the people, right? So I haven't been able to do it here with anybody else. So I think I'll have a little bit better success in South America, on Ecuador, especially better conducive to the better growing climate. And then, or I'll go to jail, one of the two. So I'll start making my way that way, and we'll see. So I need to get the vehicle ready to go. I'm sure it'll be nice and snowy in the passes by then. He says, pray your flight be not in the winter, but oh man. But hey, there's a day, right? So it was all for nothing. Probably was a bad mistake, but it is what it is. I probably kind of, for my son, I should do that because he's the one who told me to do it and I didn't do it. So, this guy bears different doctrine than the Bible. Don't be deceived by him. Okay, let's put you into the Sunset Bunny. Bible is the word. And you had to type in old text and scream like an idiot. You're a child. I guarantee you can start. See this word you use right here? Bible. I don't use this term because it wasn't written on paper. Can you tell me what year this was written on paper, Bunny? And I'll always stop because this is a ministry. You want to try to come against the ministry, we'll slow down one word at a time and see if you got anything there. Sunset. I already can tell you're pagan because of your name, Sun, but that's okay. We'll see him, Bunny. Tammuz was the son of Satan, and he had sex with his mom, and he loved rabbits. So we'll see if you know anything. So tell me the year. And I'm not a guy, I'm a man. I mean, you can call me a guy, but I'm a man. So I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but bears, you say bears. Tell me which text you study out of, because I have the only text that's accepted. So tell me which text, tell everybody in here which text you study out of. And if you want to share some gospel, go ahead. So remember I said this word, it wasn't written on paper. Remember? So tell me when that happened. Tell me when that event happened, when you call Bible, because there's no such thing as Bible. It's written on the hearts of the bride. That's what it says in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. But we'll see if you can put your money, or you don't have to put money, don't worry about money. It's the love of money is the root of all evil. But this guy bears, and now you're going to call me your bro. You went from capital letters to calling me your bro. Okay, well, it says in the scriptures that your brothers, which you refer to, and your sisters are your mother, and those are that do the will of the Father. Can you tell me where it says that, Bunny? Because already you're not answering my question. Which text do you study from? Don't give me another answer or I'll moderate you. You're not going to come against this ministry. You're already an idolater and a Nephilim and a demon by the definition, because I use a lexicon and use my e-sword and my concordance. Austin 3:16. Okay. That didn't have anything to do with anything. So, Bunny, which text do you study from? There's only one accepted text. I'll give you a hint. I'm not going to give you exact, because I asked you. It has to do with this. You're already striking out, man. If there's only one accepted, there's hundreds of versions. That's called translation, and that's different than transliteral. Transliteral mean no literal change to the definition or the text, meaning yod. Do you speak any Greek or Hebrew? Probably not. You probably don't study an old Jewish book written in Greek. Old and New Testament, aka Bible. Okay, so you're an idiot. Get out of here. I'll let you self-moderate yourself. You're a Satanist. You know that, Bunny? You're a Satanist. So, okay, but which version, David? There's hundreds of versions that people have made of the King James Version. So you're partially there, but which version of the KJV? Because the canonized version, but what is that? Do you know anything about the canonization, David? Like, he was from the house of David. David declared him the Lamb of God. Christ was from the house of David. David was from Bethlehem. Christ was from Bethlehem. Christ is a term never written in text, by the way. That's not a word that's written in the original text. No, it's not. No Christ, no Lord, no Lucifer, no Jesus, no planet, no devil. I can go on and on with the words that are in your KJV, but you use a different translation of the KJV. So there's only one accepted text. Do you know which text I'm talking about, David? Since Bunny was a Satanist and a Nephilim. Nephilim means bully in your lexicon, if you use a lexicon. So do you know which text he did text from? Do you want to know? I'll tell you. If you're not like Bunny. No, it's a breath in his name. Don't go there. You're an idiot. Okay, well, don't call me your brother yet there, David. Okay, don't call me your brother yet, because your brothers and your sisters and your mother, they're those that do the will of the Father. You got to put me through righteous judgment first. Everybody you come through, you got to put through righteous judgment. That's what we're supposed to do. He condemns. He separates the wheat from the chaff. Under this covenant, we judge with righteous judgment. We put that light at the top of our house, and we use his words to judge others with. So this was done at the Council of Nicaea in Rome in the 12th century. How do we prove ourselves? By knowledge. Remember the studying, by studying. So I'll show you, David, and I'll tell you, watch, because Bunny wouldn't listen, but I have it right here in front of me, because this is what I study. This is a ministry, not a religion, right? See this book right here? See this book? This is an old Jewish book. It's a Hebrew, excuse me. What do we have here? This is the New Testament. This is what I study. This is what I teach out of. There's 613 statutes, commandments. in the Old and New Testament. There were 88 books. There were 22 at the Council of Nicaea in the 12th century were taken out, where they took 22 out because they were not aligned with the definition. So, well, there you go. Asking you shall receive, and we give all glory to Christ Jesus, the Hamashiach. That's a translated name, okay, David? So, I know that was kind of a silly thing to say, wasn't it? So, so anyways, look, this version right here, okay? David, I'm going to give you something even better. I'm going to give you something even better. Write this down. You have a piece of paper. Tell me when you have a piece of paper and a pencil to write this down. This is even just as good as this. And my brother and teacher, Jim Brown, he says call him a man teacher, but he will, the same thing. There's only one text, and this is the one that was in the, I'm going to show you exactly why I study out of this book. So anyway, you guys write this down. This is the book that, remember, book means, let's go real slow. These are the rejected texts. See this word right here? This word Bible means book. This wasn't written on paper. This never existed on paper. You had to go to somebody, either, the temple or like a synagogue at the time of, okay, so write this down. Grace and Truth Ministries. This is Faith and Truth Ministries. High Desert, because I'm out here in Silver Lake, Oregon. HD fat, not for the quality. I know my quality's got pixely and all that because I'm out in the country. I make my own power. I'm off the grid. So anyways, Jim Brown is a pastor, and he has a classroom, not a church, and he's online. You can go there if you're in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and he has a meeting room that he goes and they film from. So just so they can do it online. He doesn't talk about these books, nor will I talk about the rejected texts. I never talk about these. I refuse to talk about them on this. Very seldom will I. I am 100% hyper-focused on the gospel. The gospel. Okay, no worries. Well, don't worry about it. You don't need to go there. You can stay right where you're at, because you can go visit him at graceandtruth.net or Grace and Truth here on YouTube, and you don't have to go anywhere, and he'll send you 3 CDs a month. If you call the 1-800 there, he doesn't want any of your money. I don't want any of your money. And he'll send you 3 CDs a month, so you can get 3-hour lessons, which will be more than you can. What you need to probably do, David, is unlearn, like I did, and relearn, because I learned bad study habits and wrong teachers and wrong pastor. You know what I'm saying? So don't worry about what you need to learn, because you need to learn one word at a time. This is how you need to study. One word at a time. Brother Jim doesn't quite put it like this, but you'll see what I'm talking about. Because when you study one word at a time, this is called your concordance. See this? This here's a concordance. This is the one that takes all these 66 books where they took out this is called the Council of Nicaea, where Constantine had 150 Catholics. I'm not a religion. I don't claim to have any religion. I'm in love with this word that's in these books, okay, period. I don't do religion. I'm in love with the word. Father is the word Hokadesh, or spirit or ghost. Brother Jim speaks fluent Hebrew. I can teach the Greek and Hebrew. Well, I can teach the Greek and Hebrew. I can teach the gospel in Greek, and I can teach in Hebrew. Okay, that was a silly thing to say. I can teach the New Testament. I can teach the Greek, and I can't speak fluent Greek, but I can, oligos, I can speak enough Greek and teach you the Greek enough so you'll know the gospel in Greek, and you'll know enough words in the Old Testament. But Brother Jim, it can literally speak both Hebrew and Greek. No, all glory to Father, not God. All glory to Shalom. But Brother Jim doesn't quite put it in the package. So, but I mirror, and I've always, this channel prior name was Predestined for Light, because that's prohorizo. That is the ones he chose in Romans 8:29. He said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ, that they be the firstborn among brethren. So see this dark? You see this light, or this dark here and this light? He said, he pulls it. That's the word prohorizo. He is the separator, the divider of his light. He divides us. He puts us into this meat suit, and we are born from above. Not again. Again means one time. There's no one-time Jesus, no one-time Christ, no one-time Hamashiach that is the Messiah, okay? He is an everyday Christ. He said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. That self is the word idolatry or porneia. Idolatria is to serve. What we serve, and idol or eyes or idols, things of the seaweed, things of the dirt. Everything you look at came from the dirt. Everything, your wife, your dog, your house, your car, they all, whatever, it's all going to go back to the dirt. Nothing, all of it it will be resurrected. It'll go right back down to where it came. He doesn't want you to love the dirt. He wants you to love the words that are in this book. Not the book, not a temple, not a house made by hands. He said, the most. I teach with my tattoos because I'm not under a testament of flesh, David. Nobody can put me under the old laws of flesh, under the laws of Aaron and Levite. I don't go by the Levitical law and have to keep the Sabbath and let the land lie fallow and rest and have to eat the dietary. I don't do any of that. He made all things like we're not under any of these celebrations. The Most High, he said twice, does not dwell in temples or houses made by these things, hands. He dwells within the heart of the bride. That's written in the book of Colossians and Paul's writings in the New Testament and in the book of Colossians 2 and 14, where he said what was written on stone, Genesis, the Old Testament, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which was the Torah, not a religion, the law, the Jewish law that applied to Aaron and Levite. If you were not related to these 2 tribes, you were not, right, from the house of Aaron or Levite, you were a Gentile, and you were not allowed into the temple. Father didn't care what you ate. You could do whatever you wanted. You were called a Gentile, and you were a vessel of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. But I haven't gotten any news since I found God. Huh. Okay, so, but see, it's not what goes in a man under this testament, David, okay? My whole sleeve is teaching. This is all, this is the why I'm a magi. This is all talks about the stars, sun and moon. This is Matthew. This is all teachings. Everything I have in here. Here's a Revelation 12 sign. I have the great red dragon eclipse. All of this is here to teach the lesson, the crown. Revelation 3 and 11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. I do this to teach with. People sit there and try to put me under the laws of flesh. Say, you can't have tattoos. You can't, dude, I'm not under the laws of, you're trying to rip Christ down from the tree hung from and put me under the laws of the old flesh. I'm not getting anywhere with Father. Oh, I did great works and I cast out demons in your name. He's going to say, depart me. I never knew you. I've been a veteran, a police officer. I've done some pretty horrible things in my life. And, I have to live with that. But I remember in Paul's writings, he was a mass murderer and he killed Christians for a living. And he was a Pharisee. So if Paul's heart can be rebuked as it was on the road to Damascus, Father can turn any one of us. Even the thief on the cross right there, he said, you will be with my Father in heaven. And that is not in the sky. Yeah, so I don't care what they say, though, David. I don't care about that. See, we're not under the laws of flesh, David. And when they do that, and we do this to ourselves, we condemn ourselves. Say, oh, I'm not worthy of his kingdom. I'm not, no. Father already chose, prohorizo, I divide my light, which is pure, unadulterated, I am without flesh. I birthed a perfect flesh vessel, my son, the Hamashiach. I come in the Shem, the Agape, the name is Shem, not name, not Jesus, not God, not in all of the Old Testament. I come in his name because he didn't have the New Testament. He was creating that as if you covet another man's wife, he said that is adultery. So he was making a New Testament as he walked this rock. He started making that with the Pharisees. People have no idea who Christ is. They're falling for some other Jesus, as Paul said in his writings again. Okay. Paul's writings are the gospel. I can show you what the gospel is. That's what Father honed me to do. Many things. I'm a man of many hats, but the gospel is the super hyper focus because that's all you need. Everything else is adding, like it says in the book of Timothy, adding to your faith. And you only sup with those that are in the narrow way.
You don't sup and break bread with vipers. Cast your pearls before swine. You don't give this treasure to Father who has already created whoever's going to be a vessel of wrath or vessel of mercy. You'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. People like to do this red team, blue team. That don't matter. They're two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. I don't do politics in here. Anybody starts doing that nonsense, they've already been frontal lobotomized. Father, even Jim Brown, he don't talk about that. He don't agree with none of that. We don't do none of that in here. These are the same wings to the same dragon. Again, people want to play, they've chopped you up and turned you into pieces and parts. We're supposed to be coming together. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. This is in Paul's writings in Ephesians. This is our battle, not our brethren. We show everybody to the narrow way. We treat everybody the same. If somebody's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. Narrow is the way, he said, that leads to the straight gate. That is the word theologo, because the world hates you because you won't do these things because they don't understand. They want to put you under the laws of flesh, tell you it's okay to celebrate and God knows what's in my heart and think it's okay to just sin all week and one day, Sunday, ask for forgiveness. Nobody's being forgiven until Father rebukes your heart. Father says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. See, nobody's coming to Father. Only Father chose from the foundation of the world who will be called out in that Lamb's book of life. This ain't about no religion. Don't let any of these religious people fool you. They are all a bunch of idiots. They don't love the word. That is the word Hulkadesh, spirit. Father is spirit. He don't have a flesh vessel. He had to birth. Remember, Father is pure, unadulterated light. It's this flesh that makes us sin. And Christ, remember in Paul's writings again, said, we have an inner man that cannot sin, to cut off the outer man. Wrestle not against flesh. So nobody's going to put me, because I have tattoos under some law of flesh, and rip my Hamashiach down from the tree he hung from, because nobody hung from crosses. He tells you to carry a cross, and that's not a literal cross. It's a spiritual crucifixion. Theologo, to be pushed from both sides, hated, not to be loved by the world. Remember, if you are loved by the world, you be hated by my Father. He said, if you deny me in front of your friends and your family in this modern day social, I'll deny you in front of Father. So people, well, they only want to do this one day. Buy some I believe Jesus. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. He said, you have to die to be saved. Nobody's going to ever been saved. You cannot be saved. That word is sozo. And he said, you must be carried, picked up, lifted from a beginning point to an ending point, David. We have to die to be saved, because Christ has got to come back, and he's going to come up and pick up what he purchased. That's the word redemption. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. You understand? So we have to be girded in his service. He said, have your lamps trimmed, be burning bright. We let him speak for us, right? We put that light at the top of our house. Love thy neighbor. That's the word agape. That's 2 John and 6. That means walk and follow my commandments. Remember, I told you, this is not a one-day Jesus. This is, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up their cross daily, and follow. Remember my disciples in Luke, because there's always a sister chapter. Father always declares to witness under this contract. Remember, this is not about some religion. This is about a wedding and a contract, because he divorced his bride, and he called her a whore in the book of Revelation because she cheated on his agape, the Old Testament. Remember, going after gods in the sky, making up their own agape, their own law, their own version. Remember, Old Testament, add one sin, death, one sin, death, whether venial or mortal, add one jot, death, one tittle, death, one thought, death. What's changed? Nothing, David, nothing's changed. Father sent his flesh vessel. We will be pulled out to him, because he said, I call out to their hearts, which says in the scripture that is continuously filled with wickedness. So it would never stop overflowing. That's why I bring you to Matthew and Luke. He says, carry your cross daily, deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily. Otherwise it would keep overflowing. The heart is continuously filled. That means it would never stop overflowing with wickedness because of the sin, David. The flesh is what makes us sin. That's why Christ is inside of us. Paul said he is blameless, he is spotless, and he cannot sin. And he said to circumcise the outer man. That's the laws of flesh. Wrestle not against flesh. Take up your cross daily. Deny yourself daily. It says in in Luke, my disciples. To be a disciple, David, I'm a veteran. I know what to follow a commandment, but I'm a soldier of God. And if I die here on the battlefield, I hope that Father will bless me and reincarnate me as soldier so I can live to fight again. And my fight is not against this flesh. It's against spiritual wickedness in high places. Because that, I was just talking with somebody, two people today, actually, about the sins of the world that Christ stands for and covers his bride for, or the sins of the world, David. Not your covetous heart. Not that I look at that woman and go, man, I'd like to, that the covetousness or adulterous ways or our theft because we can't keep our sticky hand, whatever it is. No, it's because he's covering us for the sins of the world for what he stood up to. He stood up to. You understand? He stood up to the Pharisees, the church, the government, and the law. That's the sin of the world that he's covering his bride for. You think you're going to get your name written in that book? You're not a disciple if you're not standing up like he stood to the Pharisees, that his father's law, the Torah, that they had perverted. I come in my father's agape, his shem, his authority. The sins of the world is what they were doing to his father's law. And if you don't stand up like he did, you will not have your name written in that book of life. That is called righteous judgment. So you must stand up as he stood up to this unrighteous system that taxes America, this beast system. I know, I've served it, going out and strangling nations for 50 plus years. And if you're not standing up, then you will not have your name written. I'm giving you righteous judgment. That's what he said. Every one of you, all of us are under this covenant. Well, if you're a disciple of this new, right, and you're here under this flesh, you Old Testament laid in the dirt, one sin was death. So you better not add a jot. He said, you add a jot, your name will be blotted out of that book. See, he's the author, the writer, the creator, and you are the editor. You will have your name blotted out of that book by self-will. That's the same reason he divorced his bride Israel. They made up their own agape. Remember, going after gods in the sky. Baal gods, Baal, sun, and tree worship. Esau killed his brother Moloch, Nimrod, Satan, Mithra at the time of Rome, Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th, the God of three genders. See, Father is three separate, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Hogadesh, Spirit. Father, I am. Aries, the ram. David declared him the lamb. Remember, he was from the house of David. David declared him the lamb. That makes Father's Eri the ram. That is the tabernacle. That is the place of rest where he said he would go to where his Father's house is at. And he would come back and he receive his bride. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh, because he says, remember, only 2 days you come back. 1 day and get it the next day. If you already bought and paid, that's called redemption. 2 days, 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 years, 200 years, 2,000, 2,600 years. That's still the word called redemption because he already bought and paid for his bride. You have to endure to the end if you want to be saved. Yeah, that's right. Sozo, carry, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, and then he will heal whoever hurts you. You have to turn your cheek, be meek. You can't seek vengeance. That's Old Testament. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. That is orge. That's what he's saying. He's trying to test you to see if you'll go after somebody because he put them up to it to see if you will strike back at them. Sometimes you have to turn your cheek 490 times a day. I'll do the math for you. Maybe it's 490 times in a lifetime, but it sometimes feel like I just can't, Father. But you must endure. You must carry that cross. You must be hated because the world doesn't love you because you won't do this other Jesus, this 2025 birthed in the middle of the winter. We are not to celebrate a single day, not a Mother's Day, not labor. We labor in the word of the Father. The disciples, they take up their cross. No, God doesn't love everybody. Remember? The sins of the world that he stood up for, those are the ones who will stand up just as his, and those are the ones he loves. Period. Stop telling everybody that God loves everybody. White, black, brown, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, man, and woman. Not everybody. He only loved Aaron and Levite. He didn't love Esau. He hated Esau, Nimrod, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. Satan, the sun god Mithra. So he only suffered for his bride. He only died for the covenant he made with his bride. Everybody else is going through hell. Let's go back to the very angry man. They wouldn't know the difference between passions and anger. You wouldn't like Jim Brown there, Ash. So you can take your ash out of here. You know what he says? Your enemies be ashes under your feet. Remember his promise? I will come back and I'll receive my bride. He said he was seated at the right hand of the Father. So the first thing, obviously, he's going to do is rise, stand up, and then he will come back and crush the head of the serpent. Remember, that was bruised. Remember, that serpent had bruised his heel. That was his promise. He would come back and redeem his bride. He would come back and crush the head of the serpent. That's right. He said your enemies would be your footstool and ashes under your feet. Woo! Ashes, because he's going to burn this place with fire, feet of fire, eyes of fire, flame of fire, and it's going to be the sun. Which one? Both of them. The S-U-N and the S-O-N, the Hamashiach. And his greatest tool ever, that ball of electric up there. It's electric. You're not spinning on the spiral arm of the galaxy, are you? On a planet? Put a one in the chat if you're on a planet. And tell me where the word planet is in your scriptures. Anywhere. You could give me the rejected text. Where we got those texts that were rejected, that Constantine said, nope, we're not using these because they're not aligned with the definition. Where does it say planet? Tell me where it says planet. Here you got all 88 books. Here you go. Dead Sea Scrolls. Where does it say planet? Where does it say planet? Who lives on a planet? You're a Nephilim. You're a demon. You're an idolater. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. God's not in the sky. Hell's not below your feet. You don't know what hell is. Get the hell out of here. Get out of my space. There's no such thing as space. Come on, alien is a word. Alien is a word. Tell me where it says aliens. The word means arrangement. That is cosmos. Cosmos. Ross said the word means arrangement. That is words cosmos. That means an orderly arrangements. He has an orderly arrangement of the firmament markers. Remember Psalms, David's writing again. Let's go back to David's writing. The heavens declare the glory of God. He had his favorite, his bride. The heavens, Israel. Remember he cheated? No, they cheated on his agape, on Israel, right? His bride. He divorced her and called her a whore in the book of Revelation. Remember? She went after other gods in the sky. Gods in the sky. God's not in the sky. That's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. Now you're trying to tell me God's in the sky and you're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour on a ball? You're locked in the firmament. Now wait a minute. You're going out of the line what the scripture said. Now he said don't add a jot. Now let me tell me that NASA scientist, the top NASA scientist from Operation Paperclip, brought him over here, and now they're the top purchaser of helium on this rock, and he said, don't add a jot. That'd be a period. You blew up that jot with some NASA helium and you spin it at 1,040 miles an hour. You're corkscrewing. That's the word pervert, to twist, warp, spin, add, or take away, pervert. So you're in the third block, because you said you're in the third dimension, right? So I think of a ball. Oh, wait, hold on, a block. Whoa, okay, man, you're on a ball, right? You're on a ball and you're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour, third rock from the sun in the third dimension, corkscrewing through time and space. Well, have you ever looked at a heliocentric model? I hate to break it to you there, dumbass. You're already in space. Why do you need to go to space? I said, get out of my space. Now you got to do this nonsense that Chewbacca had a threesome with Anakin Skywalker and they had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet, right? Anybody want to tell me where it says big feet? Big feet or planet? Where does it say planet? Doesn't say Nephilim. Where does it say Nephilim? Oh, it does say Nephilim. Oh, okay, so what's a Nephilim? Nephilim's a bully. Not a giant. That's the word Anunnaki. See, now you're going to tell me Anakin Skywalker had Wookiee with an Ewok. Oh, hold on. Chewbacca was in there. We got big feet, right? You're twisting the word. You know that? You're adding to it. And he said, don't even add a jot. And now you've added the word planet. You mean they fly over a plane? Don't talk about flat around in here. That'll get you kicked out of here. Remember this one time in band camp or ball camp? Oh, you could take your little Peter Pan God, your little flat tube or pie. Stick your little round peg in somebody else's American pie. Maybe it's a square pie, a round pie. Maybe it's like Revenge of the Nerds. Air pie. Pan down. We've got bush. All right, my bad. We just had it. Hey, he said, don't hide that light in the bush. Don't hide that in the basket. God's name is I am. Well, that's not name. Name is Shem. So there's no such thing as name and there's no such thing as God. But he did say to his disciples, remember when they asked who he was, he said, you tell them I am. So there is no God. It's no God written in scripture. That's not another word that doesn't exist in the text. So David. Yes, he made everything. God created everything that is ever written, ever will be, and everything not written. So he's the creator. No such thing as man-made. David, you hanging in there? You learn anything there, David? Hallelujah. See, Father created all things. So what I want you to do, Brother Ross right here is from Grace and Truth Ministries, okay? And go see Grace and Truth. Go see Brother Jim Brown. He teaches out of these same 66 books that were canonized in the KJV version. You need to get this 4-volume set, or they rejected 22 of these books because they were not aligned with the gospel and they were not aligned with the word aletheia, definition, truth. Brother Jim, if you leave definition, you leave the truth. So there's no such thing as free will. Same the way, say, God gives us free will and chooses to mess up and blame him instead of talking accountability, having gratitude. No, that's incorrect. Kay is lying. She might not know, he or she, but this is called a lie, brothers and sisters. Father did not create free will. There's no such thing as free will. It is called self-will. Okay, maybe just made a mistake or didn't know. The word is porneia. Father doesn't give us free will. Father gives us self-will because Father's created everything not written and everything that ever will be. Father creates all things, so there's no free will. Any questions, Kay? Self-will is the word porneia or idolatria. Latria is the service of our eyes. We're not serving his word. We're serving self, idolatry, latria, idolatria, porneia. See, we speak the Greek, so we can define the words that we say, one word at a time. No free will. There's no free will in this book. Father created all things. There's no luck. There's no free will. There's no fortune. Remember, they used to have free will is a lie. So, you in here, David? Still? David is hopefully he was getting a lesson. Maybe he's already over there at Grace and Truth checking it out. So, anyways, Father creates all things, brothers and sisters. You can edit your name out. Look, he's the author, the writer, the creator of all above all things, but you are the editor in the script. You're the editor. He already knew if you bought your name out too, because it's called self-will. This crazy man doesn't know what he's talking about. No, I know the definitions. You got to study with a lexicon. You got to start pulling out. There's no free will. There's no free will. Okay, there's no such thing as free will. Stop it. Father created the word porneia, that is the word idolatry. In English, it's right. To latria is English, it's Greek, or porneia. Well, the Most High, yes, Rebecca. Father is the Most High. Remember the one he said in flesh, the Most High doesn't dwell in temples housed by hands, because he is the one who used to visit one day behind the year. That is the word in flesh. 3 separate. Hokadesh, the word in flesh, and Father without flesh. Not all 3 in one transgender God, Jesus Christ. Birthed on December 25th in the middle of the winter in a manger. That's Satan. That's the one Moloch, right? Right? Esau killed his brother Moloch, the one born on December 25th, and stole his inheritance. And this is all about an inheritance. Remember, we're brides. Are you excited? Guys don't get it. I don't understand. They're like, we're brides. Anyways, remember, your brothers, your sisters, and your mother, those that do the will of the Father, those are the one who will have their names called out in that Lamb's Book of Life. Everybody will pass through the Book of Judgments. It doesn't matter what they believe or think or faith or not, and only one judgments. Dead people don't go to the sky. No people die and go to the sky. The word hell is the word bis. Bathos busos. Bathos busos bis. Morgue Official is a YouTuber that spits some truth about God and the Bible, like nothing you've ever. Check him out if you are a seeker. Now, wait a minute. Morgue Official. Okay, listen. Renegade Princess. Tell me what Morgue Official. Tell me what Morgue Official. I've never heard of this person. Listen to me. Tell me what Princess. Tell everybody in here Princess. Tell everybody what Morgue Officials taught you. Tell me what Morgue Officials taught you about the gospel. I can guarantee that Morgue Official doesn't speak any Greek or any Hebrew, doesn't use the interlinear Textus Receptus, and probably a Satanist. Check this out. Yo, check this out. Does he use a lexicon? Does he use the eSword app? So tell me some gospel, princess. Come on, share it in here. Share everybody. You got somebody, you found somebody sharing the gospel. Come on, share it. Come on. I don't know nobody sharing the gospel other than Jim Brown. Seriously, I don't have one other connection. If you got it, come on in here. They are 3 in 1. Rebecca, you are a Satanist. That is Satan, Apollyon, the myth, or the sun god. That is absolutely you're disgusting. That's Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th, the Jesus with breasts, the transgender Jesus. So, Baphomet, Satan. Moloch. Esau killed his brother Moloch. There's your Jesus. You got your swastika Jesus, your Satan Jesus, your Adolf Jesus, your transgender Jesus. Your Jesus has 3 genders. Your Jesus is birthed in the middle of the winter. Remember, the Hamashiach was birthed when the shepherds were in the field. The sheep go up in the months of October, November, and December. Your Jesus is Satan, Mithra, the sun god. So Rebecca worships Satan. That's the truth. You can't handle the truth. David, you still in here? Let's see if David's still in here. I think David's still hanging out with us. Get the feeling he's in the room. Tango, all done. So, goodbye, danger. You're an idiot. Stranger danger. Yes, you are. There's no 3 in 1 God. Nobody died on a cross, Rebecca. You're an idiot. You're a Satanist. Nobody died on crosses. Nobody ever hung from crosses. The cross is Satan, idolatry, and paganism. That's Jesus Christ that hung on a cross. One birthed in the middle of the winter, right, on December 25th. That is Satan. I just showed you up on the board on December 25th. That's not Christ. Nobody hung from crosses. Nobody ever was crucified on a cross. Peter was hung upside down. That makes the peace symbol. John was crucified on an X, but nobody ever hung from crosses. You are a Satanist. You don't know crucifixion. You don't know torture. You've never studied any kind of torture in Rome. And that's okay. But you were warned about idolatry. When you see Jesus hanging from a cross, that's Satan, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle. That's the Ankh. That's the Satan pagan Ankh. Crosses don't come from crucifixion. Nobody was crucified on a cross. And he tells you to carry your cross. Uh-oh, you're screwed. Maybe you should read it sometime. Read what? Read what? Read what? What are you reading there, Rebecca? No, Father is the word, Hokum. You've been smoking too much Hokum. Father is the word Hogadesh. Father. He does have a word. It's called Aletheia. The Hebrew, it was called the Old Testament, it was Hebrew. No, not the Bible. See, okay, Rebecca, get out of here. You're a Satanist. You have a 3 in 1. That's Jesus Christ. I just showed you. You're an ass, Rebecca. You're proof that both man and women can be asses. So you don't want to learn. I told you. Jesus Christ is Satan birthed on December. There's no word. Look, I'll try to show you. It doesn't say Jesus anywhere in this book. Does it have? And I'm not going to argue over letter J because it doesn't matter. That's just a translation. There's no J's. There is no J's. There is no J's. There is no J's in the Old or New Testament. Either does a J exist in the New Testament, and in Old Testament, there's no vowels. There's no vowels. So his name is not Yeshua or Yahweh. Those are translations. And he said, don't do that. You better know what you're talking about if you use a translation. Even in the 12th century, they came to words in the 12th century that they could not transliterate and had to translate. So you're a long way from the... The Romans used several shapes, crosses, including traditional T-shape. No, they did not. No, they didn't T-shape. They used a yoke. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Jaden, they crucified men on a tree, on a stake. They would stock them to a stake or a yoke. You have never studied Roman crucifixion. You just look something up on Google. You don't know anything about Roman torture. Romans would stake a man. That was their favorite way to crucify a man, was to... Christ didn't carry a cross, so I'm going to take and show how stupid you are because you just look up something real quick and you think you've never studied Roman torture. Remember, you could not leave a Roman citizen, or you couldn't hang one, right? And you couldn't leave one hanging on the Sabbath. So stop it. Get out of here. You don't never studied Roman torture. Their favorite, it was a torture machine, not on a T. They would stretch them back so they couldn't breathe. You don't know anything about Roman torture. Get out of here. You're a Satanist. You're adding. You don't never actually understand. He formed a cross. He carried a yoke. You know, they put a yoke around somebody's neck. Well, they would nail you to a stock, like you all been nailed to the stock exchange. I bet you're a U.S. citizen that doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. Their favorite way was to stretch a man back and nail his feet down and stretch him back so he couldn't breathe. It was a torture. It was a stretcher machine. You're an idiot. You couldn't do that by hanging somebody from a cross. By the Romans, torture stabbed him on the side, shows he wasn't hung on what the hell you're calling as a cross. You're an idiot. So stop being an idiot, telling people hung from crosses, coming in here and speaking blasphemies. That was their favorite way to crucify man. Remember, if the birds didn't peck your eyes out, because your eyes were normally first to go, and they kind of like lingua, like your tongue. They'd eat the wax out of your ear. If you weren't done and you were still able to raise up on your nailed feet, because remember, that's how to keep breathing, you had to raise up on your one foot over there. That va, your Monster Energy drink represents the nails they put in Christ's hands and feet. Okay? You just don't like the truth. So stop coming in here and spending your blasphemous lies. You have no idea what they did to my love, my Hamashiach. They put a crown of thorns, not these little baby thistles, so thick they went into his cranium. They ripped his beard out of his face. They striped and they whipped him. Even before, right? They hung him from a tree. It says in the book of Acts, a tree, right? They hung men from trees, crucify you, stretch you back so you couldn't breathe. And he knew they would do that. That's why he didn't say nothing good could come of Nazareth. That's why they put the crown of thorns and King of the Jews over the top of his head, huh? But you would know nothing about that. You don't know nothing about Roman torture. Remember, Peter was hung upside down. John was crucified on an X. So they stretched Christ back because that was their favorite way. And when they came to kill you, because if you were still alive on the Sabbath, they come and break your legs so you couldn't breathe anymore. This is how they would torture and crucify on a man of what you call a cross. He formed a cross. He didn't carry a cross. Christ, that image of you see him carrying a cross, that's blasphemy. Nobody hung from crosses. You're a Satanist. Their favorite way was to crucify a man on a tree and stretch him back, as I said, stock him, nail him to a stock or a yoke. They pegged him to a yoke, like they stock you and nail you to the stock exchange. New York. Because they mock you because you don't know Christ. You don't know Roman torture. Yeah. If your eyes weren't eaten out of your head, the birds can't eat your tongue, and you were still somehow able to raise up and down, because that's the only way they stretch you back, that you get air into your lungs, which is a compression machine. You know nothing about the crucifixion of the Hamashiach, who hung from a tree. It says in the book of Acts, curse it, he who hangeth from the tree, or rebuke you. Come in here and ever say anything again about my love. And because he knew what they would do to him, he fulfilled his all the last prophecy ever, which was not a broken bone in his body, the unblemished sacrificial lamb, because when they came to break his legs, he had already passed. So I rebuke you, don't you ever speak of my love again. And he tells you to carry your cross daily, so you better be carrying your cross. Who shall ever come after me? That is I am, the Hamashiach Shiloh, my love. Deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily. He tells you in Luke, my disciples, that's the only ones he's talking to, his disciples, take up your cross and follow after me daily. Remember again in Matthew. Are you taking up your cross? Remember, nobody ever hung from crosses. You better go back and study. This is not just a one-word sit down and I believe and sit down in a church pew Sunday. This is a take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily, and follow after you. Yep, me. He said, not you, me. So are you standing up to the law, government, and to the church? Because that's what he stood up to, and they hated him. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Does anybody want to put holes in you? Remember, he said in Romans 8:29, I also did foreknow who I did predestine That means I already chose the ones that were, I divided them from my light to conform to my image, to do what I told them to do. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. See, nobody's coming to Christ. Father, I am Aries the ram. Father, remember, he created that birth, that flesh vessel, that vessel of Pisces, right? He didn't have a flesh vessel. He had to fill the Gentile nation, Jews and Gentiles, man and woman, black, white, brown, red, and yellow. All flesh, but not everybody, you idiot. Only a little bit. You better get yourself up every single day. And remember, broad is the way that leads to hell, and hell is the word no knowledge. Hell's not below your feet. Dead people don't go to the sky and don't go to hell. Yeah, broad is the way that leads to hell, and most enter by that gate. Most people go to hell. Very few find the straight gate. So most people go to hell. Get up every day and tell yourself that. This world was given under Satan, the earth, to rule the earth. The earth isn't below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. Are you spinning on a planet? Where does it say planet? You've been ruled by your dialectus, your glossa, your tongue. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. That is the word glossa, or if it's foreign to you, that would be alien. There's no such thing as alien is not a flesh. Alien is a word. Father is the word hokadesh. If you're calling Father an alien, I'm not sure you're going to be on that list. As a matter of fact, I know you won't. You're supposed to be in love with the word, not a religion, not a book, not a house made by hands, not a temple, but the hokadesh. Aletheia, hados, harizo. What? You love dad? You love the dad? So go look it for yourself. You don't study anything. If you can't go back, all you have to do, Ferris, is get out of your stupid religious nonsense mindset and just go study Roman torture. Just go study Roman torture is all. Keep your religious nonsense. There's not one good religion. All religions are vain. He says that in the book of Jeremiah. Okay? Jeremiah, oh, heareth what the Lord say, O Israel. So he's only talking to his bride because he only loves his bride. Most people go to hell. Get up every day and tell yourself, oh, not everybody is good. You know what the word nice means? That means stupid. Everybody's acting like nothing's happening. Let's have a real conversation here. Is Donald Trump a pedophile? Is Joe Biden a pedophile? Is Hillary Clinton? Is she part of this gang? Do these people really care about the people? Is this okay for us to have a murderous nation of 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries? And we go around to get to slaughter everybody so Americans lap up all the freedoms and don't have to have bombs falling in their backyards for decades? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with sending your W-2 dollars to Ukraine to kill Ukrainian women and children? Because you're an accessory to murder. When you die, it doesn't matter whether you understand or not. You pay for somebody's death, you will be an accessory to murder. Yeah, I know. I'm a veteran. Hey, whatever you said, come out. Remember Paul, he worked for the church. He was a Pharisee. So some of us have done some pretty nefarious things in our past, but he said, come out of my people. Some of us learn from our mistakes. We don't go back and make the same mistakes again. You know what I'm saying? So we're not even supposed to have a single military veteran outside our own borders under this new covenant. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. I didn't know that until I'd gotten older. More narrowed, more didn't understand what the hell I was doing. So I joined the military on the Army's delayed entry program at 17 years old. Okay. And whatever, it don't matter. I can't take away. I was a military police. First one in the battle, 95 Bravo, and last one to leave. Everybody reports to the MPs. I know war, and this is war. War start with tariffs, embargoes, and sanctions, not with bombs falling in your backyard. And we've gone around and taken over everybody's, well, we're pretty good at doing this. Hey, America's here. Everybody go inside. Everything's safe. Roger, send me grade coordinates. That's a lot easier than blowing up a bunch of people that are running around in buildings. Well, whatever. We just force everybody to do whatever we tell them when we get there. You don't understand the way the military works. We do have a pretty good job at taking over every single country. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what we are doing is against this new covenant, and not very many veterans want to speak up about that. But it is under this new covenant. Remember, Father did require war. He had his pride. He had his favorite. It was called the heavens, and he did require, if your enemy comes against you one way, I will make them flee 7 ways. Remember, he required blood, fee, fine, war, right? sacrifice, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But that's the Old Testament, brothers and sisters. What I did was against his covenant, and all I can do is have Father continue to rebuke my heart and tell others that have done this, so we know what the hell we're doing by going around with these 1,000+ mil. We're not even supposed to have one single veteran outside our border, brothers and sisters. No, we're not. We were a blessed nation. We were the blessed nation before of a nation that was called the Mayflower Nation for 400 years. But the minute we send somebody outside our borders, I don't even care about a Coast Guard. Or a Coast Guard is outside our borders. A Coast Guard is outside our borders. See, Father did require war. Father did require it. He said, take your son up to the altar, sacrifice your son at the altar. Remember, Father required to have sex with your sister, be fruitful, multiply. Remember, there were laws of the Old Testament. But we're not under these laws. Remember, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. So our battle is not against flesh. Our battle is not against this, blood and war and fee and fine and sacrifice. That, we are not to do these things. So we are out taxing every nation for 50+ years, forcing with the SWIFT system for every nation, whether they wanted to pay for oil or not with the US dollar. And Donald Trump, let's talk about that. Does anybody want to talk about that for real? Donald Trump, John G. Trump, has that Tesla technology. We never needed to fight one oil war. Never wanted any war, never to be fought. But because J.P. Chase Morgan was in cahoots with, John G. Trump, they whacked Tesla, and because he was using already the combustion engine, Henry Ford, the Model T, remember all that? Yep, power pole. They whacked him because he had that Tesla technology from Tartaria that's been around thousands of years. Come on, this is old technology. This is bullshit, brothers and sisters. John G. Trump, it took that Tesla technology, and Donald Don Trump has had that. Donald Don, I said my cat's name. Donald John has had that. So nobody needed to fight for oil. Donald Trump is responsible for 9/11. If you're so fucking stupid, and I apologize, I went this whole time without cursing, that you can't add up 4 + 5 is 9 when you skip Joe Biden, 4 + 7 is 11. That's who he has his house decorated with, the 9/11 sun god Satan, which is the seventh king. That is Apollyon, the Mithra, the sun god of the seventh, somebody we've seen in our lifetime. That is Adolf Hitler. And that's how he who has his house. That's why he is being revealed right now in front of your eyeballs. And I keep putting this out in the ministry. Nobody listens to me, but I don't care what happens to me. 44, that is the ether. Donald Trump had Barack Obama sign that freedom tower, which is a 3-in-1 building, because he knocked down the 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes on 9/11. 4 + 5 is 9. When you skip Joe Biden, 4 + 7 is 11. See, 4 + 5 is 9. Remember Revelation 3:11? He says, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. And on 3:11, he declared the corona crown virus. You'd have to be just as blind as a bat not to see what they're putting right in front of you. So the seventh king of Revelation, which was Adolf Hitler, is being rebranded under this same wheel. That's why this looks like that. Remember, he inverted that. That's who he has his house decorated with. The sun god Mithra. That's why he paints his face orange. Are you that stupid? 923, executive orders. 11004 allows them to put you in work camps just like they did during World War II. They're starting to do that to American citizens already. Remember, I already told you that was going to happen before they started doing that. I don't have some playbook, but remember 1945 equals 2025, because that's the 80-year debt cycle where they're just resetting the debt, you idiots. But they're going to bring in their false gods with their gods in the sky, their tech gods, because remember, they're very aware of what's going on in this age of Aries, the 33, the bookends, like you got 33 spines to reach your holy of holies, your Cristo. Yeah, the top of your crown. Okay, whatever. So remember, in the triple conjunction, they formed this fake nation of Israel. So because they knew they would see all these star markers, such as the Star of David, which happened, remember, back in 2 and 3 BC, and happened again in 2015, but you were sleeping. Hadn't happened in over 2,600 years. Then the Revelation 12 sign, 9/23, 2017, 9/23. They love this equinox ritual. It's not 2025. Under the sea. Come on, guys. This is so easy to see. Aries, deception, the branding, the putting over the veil like they veiled Christ's face. Now they lifted the cover. You're in the age of Aquarius now. The whole world lives back here in deception, but we're already in this age, and the elite know this. Israel is not over here in the middle of the desert, okay? This star up, triangle down. Come on. You're falling asleep at the wheel. That's Gaza. Remember, Trump's taking over Gaza. That's where the Anunnaki were at, the giants, not fallen angels. So, anyways, you'd have to be blind as a bat. Aries, 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 Aries. When they lift the veil off, welcome to Revelation. Now we know we're in the book of Revelation. Now we know we're in the very last book. Now we know we're in the, remember, on 12/21 of 2020, the Great Conjunction, we came into the new age. Even Pluto has made it into Aquarius. There's no more hiding it anymore. Welcome to Revelation. Okay, I can't make it any more obvious for you. Donald Trump has his house decorated with Jesus Christ, Satan, the sun god. Remember, they had an orgy from the 17th of December to the 24th because they thought the sun was dying at the equinox, and they were trying to get back to the spring, so they would have a sacrifice of a man and eat him after a week. Marinate his flesh, and remember, the triple gender comes from the ability because God is three gods, man, beast, and woman. That's Baphomet, the sun god. Tree is grove, Baal in the grove. This is exactly why Father divorced his bride, Israel, the 10 tribes, because they were going after Jezebel, taught him this Baal in the grove, not fallen angels and 30-foot giants rounding their 30-foot cocks into 5-foot frames of women. That's not what that's all about. You idiots. So anyways, there's your Satan, sun god, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. You know what I'm saying? So, no, Jesus was not crucified on a cross. Get out of here. Okay, you're out of here. So anyways, there you go. There's your Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th. That is Satan. Anunnaki is fallen angels. Toba, I will kick you out of here, and I love you, sister, but you are a Satanist. Anunnaki are not fallen angels. That is blasphemy. I'll rebuke you. I rebuke you, sis. You've been here long enough. A fallen angel doesn't come from the sky. An Anunnaki is a giant, and a fallen angel is not a giant. You're being a Nephilim, Tova. Don't run away from me. You've been in here for a while. Have you not been listening to me? Nephilim is bully. Anunnaki is a giant. David slayed an See if we're any better there. I'll try to come back out and come back in. See if it'll stop looping. Looping. I feel a little loopy. Feel a little looping. Our lives are better left in jail. I could have missed the man. All right, let's see if we can get top messages back in here. All right, let's see if we get them. We got top messages, so we'll see if we got people showing back up. It'll stop looping on us here. So, all right. So I am here for either 52 more days or whatever to hang out with my puppies. And hopefully I don't go to jail. Will I go to jail or not? That's all up to Father. So it's not up to me. I tried. And I didn't get anywhere. I went backwards. A lot. I have a long life here to live with myself for another 50 plus years to know that I could have taken that gold and silver and went on the road like my son told me. And maybe he might not hate me, maybe he might be alive, or maybe he might not be suffering right now. But it was my poor decision to not listen to him. So that's why I said I'm going to try to leave the U.S. because he wanted me to do that
for me because I don't really ever do anything for me very often. It's kind of weird. Some of us aren't programmed to serve ourselves very well. We do better when we're serving other people than ourselves. So,
We'll figure it out someday.
yeah, I'm still on the land. I can't go anywhere until December 2nd, and they have a court date on November 24th. So we'll see. They may drop it. I don't think they have a case. My attorney seems to think they don't have a case at all. So I'm telling him, why aren't you getting it dropped? He said, I have to posture in the courts first, So we'll see. I ain't making no plans. I have to get my vehicle fixed. Either way, I have to have a vehicle to ride so I don't hurt myself or hurt somebody else. So that's my focus right now, is finding some funds to get the vehicle fixed. So I have somebody renting the thing, but that's monthly, so that won't, I'm not asking for a first and last and a deposit and anything like that. I just ask them month to month. I want to help them out. And I'm hoping this will work out. I'm sure I could rent it out, as a cabin. To her, I don't know what her is, but anyways, I'll get something sold, even if I have to give away that flatbed to get the 4Runner fixed. I will. I kind of wish I could get one that had an e-locker on it, but oh well. I'll use this one. It's like I said, it's probably worth about all day long $2,500, or $3,500. I'd probably get more than that, but they're going up a little bit. I know those 4Runners are going up a little bit more. I see them now about 7, but this one's got a little bump in the back door, and so it's not perfect or anything, but something's something suspension. Well, I drive straight down the road, doesn't, but it's starting to chew tires up. So I thought it was the CV axle, but I talked to a couple of other mechanics, and they told me that they think it might be a ball joint and not the CV axle. So that's why I think the best thing to do is take it to the Toyota dealership. They'll know what's best. They do really good work there. They did good work on Kevin's double cab, and I'm a bad dad for not listening to my son, because I just shelled out another double cab Tacoma, gave it to John, and 5 Tacoma double cabs I spent in the last 16, 17 months in money on this case with my son, and I never got anywhere, or my daughter. They might end up throwing me in jail still. They could convict me, and I'm sure I'd file some kind of appeal, but you know, um, it is what it is. I'm not worried about it. The ministry is going to be here. It'll all get taken care of, and I won't go to jail that long. Even if I went to jail, I don't have any convictions. I don't have a record, so maybe they give me a year or something like that, and I'd probably get out in 6 months or something. It's not like they're going to be able to throw the book at me. They really don't. Again, they already threw out the charges on Adra, but that makes it so they won't have the conspiracy charge. They can't charge me with conspiracy because they already dropped her charges, so there is no conspiracy charge with her. So he knows that. And then again, he said, I didn't stop my son and physically stop him, so they don't have an actual prosecution. So I have, maybe, like I said, I don't want to make any decisions that what they're going to do, because Father's going to do whatever he wants, and they totally went backwards. I don't want to push anymore on anything. But either way, it'll all work out, like I said, in the next 52 days. And then I can figure out what I'm going to do to try to report Elijah and figure out how to look for him. So I'll probably file the lawsuits, and that'll kick things into gear. And I'll move on with my life. It's just really hard to think that I just spent 17 months for nothing and got my son either in more trouble, hurt, killed, or he hates me and never wants to talk to me again because he was moving out here to the other 20 acres. I had 65. He wanted 20. I sold another 20, and I still have 45 as of right now. Um, but God, I wish I had somebody here, Paul, like knew what they were doing, man. Because I want to take care of it. You tell me, Paul. You sound like you know what it's at 96. I've never had something like that newer. I mean, I had an '01 double cab, but I sold it. I had to get rid of it. It was just a little over my head at the time. And I think now I actually want the newer body style because there's so many more of them to choose from. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Those double cabs, although I love the '01 to '04 double cab because it's just that first Tacoma. And I've never had anything that new. And it just wasn't for me. It just was too new. And I had to sell it. I had to do things. I had to make moves. So, uh, but it's a 96. It's got the 3.4 and it just started chewing tires. It drives straight down the road, but it's chewing that inside tire. It doesn't, the boot's not leaking. There doesn't look like the CB axles look like they're really in good shape. But that's why I called another shop. And the guy's like, hey, that doesn't sound like a CB axle to me, man. That sounds like a bushing or a tie rod end, or because you sound like you might know something. I mean, they're all pretty similar. I love the Toyotas, man. They're the best vehicles in the world in my eyes. I don't mean to screw with the people, but when I called the thing at the lady, I was like, if the whole world, the world be a lot better place if everybody owned a Toyota. I said, you tell that to your upper management, they might give you a raise, so, but they're good vehicles. So this thing's probably only like a $3,500, and like I said, I'm being conservative all day. So I might have to throw a couple more thousand at it. I don't know if I should just sell it. Yeah, they're always going to be, Billy, no matter what. A Toyota's going to go where no other vehicle's going to go. And we don't have to split hairs. I mean, you like what you like, I like what I like. I'm going to tell you, but a Toyota's going to go where no other vehicle's going to go. Period. And the Toyotas in America are not nearly as good as the ones we can get outside. Like, I can't wait to go to South America. I'm getting a Land Cruiser down there. You know what I'm saying? An old fleet side with the hook rails, and it'll be a newer, but it'll be, that's my plan. Um, just drive that down there and don't try to get the newer one up here. Get it down there. Um, nice Corollas are badass. I had a Corolla Tercel out here, an '82 Corolla Tercel. That thing is badass. I still got the transmission for it. I should get rid of put that online. Somebody want it. That thing is a hot looking little. I think it's an '82 Corolla Tercel. That thing had dude, that's a trip, dude. That chair just spun by itself. Did you hear that, Pants? Dude, what the fuck, man? You guys, that chair just spun by its fucking self. I knew it scared you, didn't it, Pants? That chair over there, I have two chairs sitting each other. They're sitting there, and that chair just went. And I'm going to go back and listen to that on the stream, dude. That was a trip. That was fucking weird. I hate when shit like that happens. That scared the dog, guys. Dude, those two chairs just fucking, that one chair just turned that other chair. And the dog was sitting over here. He wasn't anywhere near that chair. There's no way those chairs can spin on their own, man. That chair right there, the dog was sitting right here. That chair just spun, guys. And I heard it rub against, I saw it out of the corner of my fucking eye. Those two chairs, look at that. They're not moving. That chair was just, we were sitting there the whole time. I'm back, I listened on the stream and went, and I caught up my eye, it spun, and the dog like, whoa. These are chairs that I use. I made these chairs about 20 years ago. I used them for tattoos. I've used them for a long fucking time. There's been a lot of asses that sat in those chairs. I've done tattoos. Shit, I've done so much stuff in those chairs have been around a long ass time. That was some crazy ass shit, guys. I apologize. We have the weirdest shit happen out here sometimes. So anyway, yeah, I have that transmission.
It probably wasn't full spin, but it was enough to send that I could see that, because now that chair, they're both facing the same way. Now that chair is facing a quarter way. No, there's no Paul. I apologize. That was just weird, guys. Even the dog, it startled the fucking dog. That chair is sitting the wrong way. They were both facing the way. Now the chair's like one's one way and the other. It's fucking weird. No, no noise, no clunking. It still drives pretty straight. It just chewing the shit out of that tire. I already took that tire off the front, put it in the back, and now that one's like almost a damn racing slick. I put that one on the front, and the front did, a rotation. That one's already cupping over there on the inside real bad, and I don't want to put new tires on it because it's just going to chew them up. I really haven't put that many miles on it, I don't drive fast. I don't drive hard. I just don't drive like that. I mean, there is a pass between here and there, but it's, it ain't nothing like that kind of, like one hill, a couple few, but they're nothing. No climbs, nothing like, so I'm not sure. And I wish I had a mechanic here. If I had a mechanic here, I'd get all these vehicles fixed. I'd give somebody a vehicle. It's like that motorhome. I got like 4 vehicles out here that need fixed, man. If I had a mechanic here, I'd just give them one. Which one do you want, man? No. This is, we're past that, Paul. We're past. I'm gonna have to pay, man. I have to pay. It's a 96, so something's going on. It needs fixed. I'll pull it in. I'll take it to the Toyota dealership. I just wish I had somebody here like you, because you'd save me a lot of money. It'd save me $300, man. Oh, here's what it is, Tracy. Oh, thank you, man. Here, give me something, but I'll pay for it. You get what you pay for. Like I said, I just wish that, I don't know. Is it right to put $2,000 in a $3,500 4Runner and 96 4Runner? It's had the water pump and the timing belt done on the on the front, so somebody's taking care of it. He's in really good shape. It just bumped in the back, and I don't think it was ever wrecked. I think somebody probably backed into something. What looks more like a, not like a wreck. It looks like somebody. That used to be a traffic crash reconstruction, so I think somebody just backed into something, but there's never been a wreck. It doesn't, all the lines on it are good. It's got a clean title. Runs fucking like a top. It's got 280 or whatever. So I think it'd run for another 100,000. So I'd be fine. I don't need a fancy vehicle, but I just need it to get me to South America now. Because once I get down there, I'll buy something else or figure something else down there or something else. I'm not gonna, or I'll just run it down there. I don't care. It can run for a long time. Those are. This, I see some with 370 on it, so it could go for another 90,000 miles. So that's worth putting another couple thousand on it, because it'll go anywhere. I mean, when I went up to Table Rock, right up behind me with Kevin's 2014, I didn't lock mine in, and I was starting to go up that hill. He had his locked in, and he's like, damn, mine's got a little skip, and that's a great, that suspension on that thing. But he's like, damn, that 4Runner is an animal, dude. I start going up it without, and then I'll stop right there and then put it in force, and it'd go anywhere, I don't beat it up, that was just a little hill where we were going to go climb up the hill and then was going to go up and up the Table Rock, but I just let it roll back down. He didn't want to go up there. He's like, dude, that's crazy. And then he's been back up there a couple times, but it was almost dark, and it was wise not to go up there in dark. I've seen a vehicle going up there today in the dark, but I don't know. Do you put a couple $1,000 into a 96 without an e-locker? I really wish I had an e-locker, but I'll get another one. I definitely gonna probably try to get a double cab when I get down to South America and try to find that older style Land Cruiser style. They're much more abundant down there, so I'm sure the Toyota dealer will tell me everything's wrong with it. So it is what it is. No, they'll tell me what's wrong with it. I don't think they'll screw me over. This is a good Toyota dealership. Kevin, he brought his there, and he's got excellent service on it. And his is, a 14, so he got his with 69,000 miles on a 2014. That's crazy. That's so low. He thought he overpaid for it, but it's actually his vehicle is
holding exactly what it should be right now. He got a really good price on that, and he got a warranty too, so that's cool. He can take his stuff in there, and if anything, but he's been paying to get the service done on it. And it's not cheap, but it is what it is. Cool. Yeah. See, that's what I'm paying for, Paul. See what I'm saying? I could do that, but how do I fix it? I mean, what do I know? It could be the camber, and they'll tell me that. You know what I'm saying? When they tell it, I think it, Paul, just if you could, because I know it might take a minute to answer. I know got a delay. I think it is worth paying a couple $100 to have a Toyota dealership look at it. You know what I'm saying? The front ones are doing. Like I said, I just said it's just the front left, on the inside, a lot. Out of nowhere. Didn't do it for a while. Then all of a sudden, I didn't hit anything. I didn't, what I'm saying? I haven't horsed it, didn't go, just didn't, I haven't really off-roaded it or anything like that. I haven't really taken it and horsed it or anything. So, just probably wore out. It's got 270, 282, I think, on it or now. So, probably time to look and see. Must be a bushing out, a tie rod, but no wobble, no pull to the left or right, no clunk, no funny noises. So I think a couple $100 is fair. It just sucks because they're a long way away and I'll have to go back again later or whatever. But to pay somebody who's professional for their time, they're going to put it up on a rack. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be able to see all of it. They see those things. They know those things like the back of their hand. They probably see those all day long. People got money. Because I've actually seen that the price of those are going up. Most of those 96s are going for about $6 right now. I'm just being conservative, It's probably worth $5, but I just low price everything. My son never liked that. You price everything's too low, Dad. But I call it market value. I could sell it for today. There we go. That's what I'm thinking, Paul. Send it to the Toyota dealership. They know Toyotas. It's so crazy. If you were here, Paul, in Bend, Oregon, man, I swear this is the Tacoma capital of the world. There are so many Tacomas in Bend, Oregon. They are everywhere, man, everywhere. And they're not, they're a bunch of road princesses too. A lot of them, I mean, they're not because they take them out, but a lot of people take pretty good care of them. You can tell they're all, and they make so many of those backpack things, the pop up and all those adventure and overlander. There's like 5 companies here in Bend that make all those, and a bunch of parts companies too in Bend. It's a real pretty, it's like average homes like 800,000. Every home sold for about sold for $1 million. So it's a high end. Bend's a real high end, and so man, they do a ton of Tacomas there. And so I bet you they just in and out. They're not going to screw me. I don't think so. And then just tell me what's wrong with it, and it can't be that bad. I'm just overreacting because I can't get a mechanic, and it sucks because I wish I had a mechanic. I got all these vehicles that need fixed, and I'm just too busy doing too many other things all the time to. And there's just no mechanics. I live in a teeny tiny town, and all the farmers pick up any good mechanic in town. So a man could come out here and make a mint, but then the farmer will pick them up. Why do you want to pay $50 an hour or make $50? I can pay you, $200 an hour to work inside a heated building and work on this tractor. Send you to school and teach you how to learn all these other things. Any mechanic gets picked up quick here. Why would he want to lay on his back in the desert, even on it with an easy up tent and a mat or something to once you go and work in a heated garage, you don't ever go back to working on your back again. Or what I'm saying? Put it up on a rack where I work on your back, put it on a rack. So different mechanics are different, this place could use a mechanic out here right now, a mobile mechanic really bad. So, and I could use one too. There's just not one out here. So I got that Ford. That's probably something small. Something small I know on the diesel motorhome. I need somebody to replace that water pump on the Isuzu. It's just starting to make a noise. I think it's the dry, bearing from not getting. It'd probably be a hour or 2 job or something like that. So just too many things. This little suspension deal. No, I don't need to know a Volkswagen right now, but I will El Macho Grande because I've always owned a Volkswagen. I just can't own one right now. I've owned one since I was young. I had a fleet of split window buses, You know, I had 4 of those things at one time. What a stupid dumbass I was for selling my split window microbuses, man. If anything, I remember my 58 ragtop was the baddest VW I ever had. I love that one, you know, as far as a bug, not a beetle, but I love my beetle too. I didn't never knew that those beetles were so awesome. Uh, you know, I love that 74 Super Beetle. That thing was so awesome. I could drive that down the road at 70 miles an hour and not get blown. You know, it had that curved windshield. That was a really good. I decked it out. I make it look like it older. I put the white. I painted it like almost the same color as my um, Forerunner out there, like a nice, you know, beige, like a sandy beige, and then I did the teardrop, you know, up on the hood, and painted the white down the doors, and put a nice, you know, Westfalia roof rack, a real roof rack on it, and on my 74, that thing was sharp. I pulled that back lid out a little bit off of it, put some, you know, things to open that up, and well, stinger out the back. Thing was hot, dude. That thing was, and it was fast too. And I'm saying it drove real straight. And I like bugs because they're a little like drive a little go kart. But that 74 was, because I was always pre 70. Nah, it's a bug. It's got to be old. It's got to be, you know. Um, I never did on a split window bug. I had split window microbuses, but never a bug. Have fastback too, square back, fastback. Man, I'm a bug guy. So I don't a Baja out here where I'm at though. I need a Baja. I know where there's a good Baja, but I don't want to deal with this guy because he's a prick that's got it. So I should probably just have somebody go buy it for me and go buy it from them or something. Hey, go buy this for me and I'll buy it from you. So I have to deal with this dumbass. He's an arrogant prick. But anyways, I miss having Volkswagens. I've always owned them. So I agree with you, Macho Grande, that I love VWs and they're easy to work on. The parts are affordable and they're just fun. They're just an awesome vehicle. What's all of these non-Americans? What's up with all these shithead Americans? Fucking stupid ass, dumbass Americans. The Americans are the stupidest motherfuckers there are. They are. The president's a PDF file. The last one's a PDF file. The one before that's a PDF file, and nobody cares. They're more. They get all butt hurt over a flag. I'll wipe my ass with the American flag. You know that? I'm a veteran. I can do that. I didn't take an oath to a flag or a country. Even the people. It was the right of the people. So that's how offended people are. I'll get all butt hurt over a flag in America. So what's all of these stupid fucking Americans going out and lapping up 40% of the world's resources and only 3% of the population? What a spoiled, pampered nation, huh? Most have never missed a meal in their life. All hopped up on the old Fritos, Doritos, cappuccinos. You know what I'm saying? Sugar-fied nation. So, bunch of sugar daddies. Well, what's up with all these Americans, huh? Well, somebody came and was bitching about non-Americans. Most people came to this country for the last 50 years and were the backbone of this country and fed people in this country by going out and picking the food that these most Americans didn't want to go pick. They got paid a pretty good living to do it, sent money back to their Mima, their Papa, their familia. No, I don't drink Starbucks. I don't eat fast food. I'm off the grid. I don't have a toaster. I don't have a microwave. I make my own power. I grow my own food. I wouldn't go to Starbucks. That place is Satan. Look at their logo. I would never support a corporation like Starbucks. Look at their logo. Look at that. So, nope, no Starbucks. But if you want to drink some, that's okay. Every once in a while. Not the end of the world. I'm not telling you. I just don't support corporations like that when I can help it. So, but I'd be careful, sugar-free. And a lot of that vanilla is not bugs. Bugs, a lot of bugs in that vanilla. Look into what I'm talking about. It's not the vanilla bean like you think. So I'll be careful. Starbucks, they're pretty evil. So, but yeah, America, the corporation. That's what I was saying earlier. This dumbass come in or say something. What's with these non-Americans? America is a corporation. So America is a corporation. No, I don't have any starwood, Macho. I don't have any firewood, man. Thanks for reminding me, Grande. I don't have any firewood this year. So, but I only got to make it till December 2nd. So I only got to freeze for about 2 months. So it was cold this morning, man. It was freezing, 19 degrees. So, nope, I didn't get any firewood. I spent all my money on my son's attorney and my attorney. So, but anyways, it is what it is. But I'll figure it out because I'll be in the jail cell. And I won't have to worry about having a heater or whatnot. I'll just have to worry that my dogs are all right. And I'm sure Kevin will take care of the dogs. They'll be all fucked for a while. I apologize for my cursing, but they'll be hurt, but they'll be okay. It's not the end of the world. They won't die or anything. Just so I'm gonna try to hang out with my puppies as much as possible until that time, and fathers will be done. So I'm not gonna make any plans. Who did your son kill? My son didn't kill anybody. What the fuck? Who said my son killed somebody? Wow, people are just here. Whoa. So, anyways, I'll know on December 2nd. And they'll probably drop it before then if they're gonna drop it. Think about it, they're gonna have to drop it before then. Because they'll have to do a jury selection and John's, they'll probably about a week before the 24th or right about that time. So that's 1 week away. So what did you do? I stood up to the cops for trying to arrest my son, for throwing him in prison for no reason. So I'm trying not to, though. I got to stop curbing it. I need to stop cussing, though, Sabrina. I need to stop. I should. It's just not me. I didn't curse on any of my channels for 12 years. It wasn't until I got super stressed by the cops because I knew they were going to come hurt us. I knew we were going to come bring the heat, man. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. And I'm not the same man anymore. I've been through a stroke and hemorrhaging in my head and still suffer daily from lung. I'm filling up a container. I spit out just the other day. It's like tired of getting, spitting it and swallowing it. It's getting so annoying, So I told Kevin the other day, I gotta see how much this stuff is, what I'm going through. I filled up like a container and there's no infection. I don't have an infection. It's just irritated from the searing of breathing tear gas. So it'd be nice to get out of the cabin. I was hoping I could, but I gotta rent it. I don't want to bring anybody in here until I pull everything off the walls and remodel it, and get it all remodeled. And then I'll come back in the spring. So I'm hoping to go away, for a little bit and come back in the spring, what tear gas? What did your son do? Oh my God, these motherfucking people. So I want to talk about it right now. Okay. So it's all on the live stream. So I'll have to stay in this building for another 52 days. I've already been in here for 17 months. I don't think it's killed me yet, but there's still tear gas coming out of the walls. So I need to pull all of it apart. Remember, this is not like a normal wall. There's tear gas up and behind everything. It was like a freaking ghost in here. They shot 5 of them in here. So, but it'll get taken care of finally. It's kind of sticking at me. And like I said, I'm starting to get a little depressed because I know that this didn't do anything. I just did this for no reason. And it's hitting me hard. It's hitting me hard. It was all for nothing. $150,000 gone. 5, 6 Tacoma double cabs, and now I don't know if my son is alive or dead. So it is what it is. I don't see how I've gone into a total state of depression and just fell off the rocker, man. Just got depressed and shut off YouTube and shut off my phone. I don't need anything. I have everything here. I can shut the gates and never talk to anybody ever again. I have enough food and water, and if Kevin stayed here or whatever, I don't need anything from society. I have everything I need here. I have a passport. I got my passport back. Marshall stole my passport, but I got another passport, yes. So. Because as of now, I have no record. No. So if I leave the country without a record, I can come back. You know what I'm saying? I don't give up on the people in this country. Look at what this idiot said. I can't leave until December 2nd. Fisherman, look what this dumbass said. This dumb motherfucker eats Gordon fisherman food, is eating processed fish. They're coming here and tell me something stupid like that, huh? You see what I've been through, Sabrina. So it's okay. It's nice to know that there's a day coming. They are. And that's okay. Like I said, well, I'm not mean to anybody like that. I know I go out in this world, I'll never mistreat anybody. I don't do that. And I'm stern, but I don't mistreat anybody. Oh. I don't want to hurt anybody. Why? I don't care if they hurt me. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm over that, man. So. But it's a little scary again, just knowing that I'm going to go, my life's going to move on. I've been so stuck in this twilight zone. I can't go anywhere but backwards for so long. But at least I still have my dogs, and they're okay. So as long as they don't get hurt, I'll be able to be all right for a while. Okay. And even if I went to jail or something, I'd go stay in there forever. And what are they going to do? Unalive me in there or something? Whatever. I'm not afraid to die. I don't ever worry about death because my day of death's already written from the foundation of the world. No man's going to take my life. All right. A little depressing to just think that I just spent fucking $150,000 for nothing. But it ain't about the money. Nice, good I had to trim those ladies today. They were getting frosty out there. Didn't get that lid on there, and but they're okay. It just hurt the water leaves, didn't hurt the flower. You know what I'm saying? The flower is too solid. It didn't get that bad, but we hammered those water leaves pretty good. But I did some trimming on them today. It'll be all right. They're done. You know what I'm saying? It's getting too cold out here, but they're starting to get a little milky. I've seen it, so milky's good. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna be yummy. I don't play chess, but right here in the wood line, right off the wood line, Adrian, right off the valley. We've got juniper right up into pine and all that. It's beautiful where I'm at. Wow. So it'll be good. Kevin's like, oh, about 4 ounces, huh? I said, yeah, Kevin. I don't know, because after he's out there going to get a little bigger. I said, shut up, John, you dumb fucking idiot. You don't know anything about my life. Look at John. Never gonna unalive you, my dog. You're not my dog. You're not a dog. So, get out of here with your dumbass shit. You don't know anything. I'm seriously, you're like, go away from me. I don't sup with vipers. Stop trying to be a viper. Or swine. Or don't be nice to me. Word nice means to be stupid. That's what we're trying to do, is be nice. So get out of here. You don't fit in here. I put a square peg in a round hole. Don't fit. So. Well, I'm pretty much on a beef diet. I eat chicken eggs in the morning because I raise my own food. So I'm on a farm. I'm a farmer. So. Can you read this, Ohio? Can you read this, Ohio? Apparently you can't hear that. How about I hear that one? You read that book for me? How about this? The Most High? He don't dwell in books. He don't dwell in books. He dwells in the heart of the bride. He's written. Chicken, beef, white chicken, eggs, and beef. That's my diet. I don't eat seafood or pork. Goat, I eat goat or lamb. I'm eating some buttermilk peanuts right now. So. Oh, we got a drug pusher in here. 4G's a drug pusher like Donald Trump, the #1 drug dealer on this rock with his $2.2 trillion jab. This right here is a drug pusher. This is a Mexican American. Guarantee this person is from America. They always have the lewdest things and say the stupidest things because they're programmed like a droid, like a virus that's not even alive. So that's how they like to push drugs on each other. Other like, something's wrong with you. Lay down and take drugs. Either way, they want you to take drugs. Either push drugs on you or like, hey, something's wrong with you. Now take drugs. As the government does the same thing, right? Or prints their way out of everything. So we live in a society full of idiots. Oh yeah, 4G potato. That's what I'm doing. And look, you dumbass. See this, you motherfucker? Look at this. You're on a Wi-Fi router and you're trying to talk to a man who makes his own power, who lives on 20 acres. All you do is heat your fucking self with electric. When the lights go out, you're fucked. Look how many ways I can. Look at this shit here. I'm sitting next to my dog in the middle of the farm. I got 3 ways to heat and light my house. And you're on a fucking Wi-Fi router, dude. Can you heat your house? You're a fucking idiot. You're sitting there on a Wi-Fi router worried about how I'm streaming from a 4G phone because I don't want a 5G phone, which is a weapon. I make my power. So you're a powerless motherfucker. You know that? You're a powerless motherfucker. You ain't got no power, 4G. You ain't got no power. You're a powerless. You couldn't even go into your fucking woods and feed yourself without a Starbucks or a fucking Hardee's. What a shit society that I live in where 3 generations ago, a woman, mostly woman, because they were agrarian. I got props to my women. A man was a hunter. I was talking with my ex about that today. Tyler's like, you women are fucking amazing. You know, I went out to the woods. I missed or something. I missed, honey. That's okay, honey. I got some pie for you and some berries. And I've got some, I've got
mushroom soup for you, and I've got all, and yeah. Oh, plus, honey, don't worry about it. I know how to trap too, so I got you a little squirrel. I know you wanted that big moose, or I got you, honey. The women were badass. They were the agrarian. They went in there. They were the ones who found out, hey, don't eat this mushroom, eat this. Not the men most of the time. I mean, you figured that out on your own. But when we yoked together, he was the hunter. Not that women couldn't hunt, but she was the gatherer. So women are badass. Women are badass. Like they could go into the woods and feed us when we missed. Bam. So I love my ladies like that. They were badass. So fuck you, stupid ass, weak ass men. 3 generations ago, both man and women could go in the woods and feed themselves. So don't listen to this dumbass here on 4G on a Wi-Fi router. He don't grow any food. I got so many chicken eggs right now. I wish I could share the chicken eggs with you. I just gave Kevin another 3 or 4 dozen, and I still got chickens. The dogs eat them. I eat 6 to 8 eggs a day. I can't eat enough of them. And they don't taste like your eggs. That idiot 4G used buys eggs. They're 30 days old. I have the bloom on my eggs still. I could lime them and make them last for a year. He couldn't fight himself out of a paper bag. So everything he eats is out of a box, bag, or a can. So I've got dinosaur eggs. We got some more dinosaur eggs today. We got some dragon eggs. There he goes, Arena. See? I want Sabrina on my team. See what I'm saying? This one is right here is a badass. She's an Inuit, so she got skill set. Just, I don't mean like that, but she got skill set because her culture still. She can fight her way out of a paper bag. You want to fuck with Sabrina. She'll bring you back home the bacon. Like I'm telling you, it might be, like chicken of the woods mushroom, or, shiitakes or chanterelles or morels, or, oh my God, and not the wrong one. Because there's one that looks just like almost every time the right one. You eat that one. So remember, it was the ladies who figured out who ate what. And I'll write that down. All right, if you start acting all weight and doing the hooga booga, we'll write that down. We don't eat that one. That with the little fins on it. You women are badass. I love you, ladies. I said I want them on my team. They could squeeze a near watermelon through a crack in the wall and still leak 9 quarts of oil. I want her on my team. So I want her on my team. I'll leak 9 quarts of oil. I'm out of fluid. I'll break, They're highly lubricated, and I love them. So think about what I'm telling you, man. These women go out and beat us. You see, I'm saying, Sabrina, people have forgotten how badass women were because they went out and did a lot of the gathering. You ladies really knew your way around the woods. We went out there to bring home the big game, to try to eat stock, but you always were able to bring something home. You always had something for your man, especially if you were yoked. You women are badass. Don't ever forget your skill set. It's still in you. If you think, if you just remember, just go out and learn it, relearn it. You know it. It'll come back to you. It will come right back to you. Like the word, like I told you. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knocking on will come sup with you. We only lost it. We have this skill set for freaking thousands of years, guys. We only lost it the last 3 generations. Come on. You know what I'm saying? We know how to do this, but we won't do it this time. I'm just saying, some of us are. I live close enough to, I could be so deep in the woods in 20 or 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't find me like that. They would see me satellite, but you wouldn't find me. And that's where the red fern grows. No, just kidding. That's where, Oregon, the blackberry is not indigenous. The ones over there, like on the I-5 corridor, are not indigenous to this state. But there are a lot of them, and they're so freaking good. I mean, they are just, they'll take down the house. The blackberries over there, those are awesome. I don't know if I could grow blackberries here. That's why I want to leave here. You know what I'm saying? Go down south. My poop
down there. I don't mean to go like that, but I'm just saying that wasn't very nice. But everything goes in Ecuador. It's on the Ecuador right there at the equator. So there's a my madness. So hopefully I won't be eating jail food because I don't like top ramen. So I'll be looking to I'll be looking forward to colada and smoking some Acapulco Gold in Acapulco, Mexico. How about that? What are you doing? Guys, I'm live streaming. I'm smoking Acapulco Gold in Acapulco, Mexico, baby. Woo! Look at this family hanging out. We're hanging out. They keep wanting me to speak American. They love my accent. I don't know why. They keep telling me to talk to them. No más español. No, un poquito español. Say it again, amigo. Yeah. I try to tell people you get out of this country, they'll teach you good, brothers and sisters. Not everybody hates America. I don't hate the good people in this country. I hate what this country's become. So I've already been planning on leaving. So I'm doing what I'm doing because God's going to make me do whatever I do. So I won't make any plans and he'll do whatever he wants with me. I just spent 17 months for nothing doing and got myself completely in 100% backwards situation. So don't take any of my advice. You're probably in it backwards. You know how to dig stairs? Because I've dug myself a big hole. But whatever. No, I'll pick my español poquito no más español, but I'll learn. I'll pick it back up. I used to speak pretty good, broken Spanish, and I'll pick it back up. Been a while. You hang around the culture, and like you go get a degree in 2 years, and then normally go into a country where you go to 8 years to a college, and you just can't even speak it hardly at all. You can write it down, but you can't hardly speak it. So you learn a lot when you're around it. I remember growing up. Most of my friends were Latino, Hispanic, and when I went over to their house, they spoke Espanol. And so hablo Espanol. They didn't speak much English, and they did speak English, but they would force me to learn Spanish. My dad told me 5,000 times probably, son, this is America, speak Spanish. And he could speak really good Spanish, so. But if I lived in Los Angeles, where I grew up, I'd still speak good Spanish, but there's not a lot of Hispanic people where I live, so no más. But when I hang around it more, I will get it back, so. I don't speak Spanish more than I ever did because, like today, I had to deal with my stupid insurance crap. And I remember the dude's name. I never remembered anybody's name growing up, ever. I don't know what it was. I couldn't remember anybody's name. I had a hard time remembering my own damn name sometimes because I'll call my older brother's name, my younger brother's name, Stacy, Terry, Crazy, Spacey. So I got called all those names more than I got called Tracy. I did. I'm telling you, I got called all those names way more. And a lot of other really not nice things, but more than I was ever called my own name. So you know. So we'll see what God has in store for. Now I don't even really go by Tracy. I am Apocalypse. But the idea is, because I've always wanted to do this, was go to South America, and I talked to Elijah about this, and I've talked to other people, and go teach Catholics the gospel.
because staunch Catholics are freaking hardcore Satanists, and they don't know. They just are like lollipop Christians, you know what I'm saying? So the gospel is universal. Remember, it's all flesh under this covenant. So got to go down there and try to learn the gospel in Espanol. I want to learn how to speak Greek and Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to use my Greek and my Hebrew words and learn how to speak them in Spanish. Teach the gospel in Spanish, baby. Muy bueno. Más español, muy trabajar. Más, más cabeza. I'm not only say knowledge in Spanish, see? I'll learn it. It'll stick to me because it'll be the gospel. Won't that be an amazing thing to do? You know what I'm saying? Be able to speak the gospel in Spanish, Espanol. So I'm ready to learn. I wanted to do this. So it's to jail I go, or that's what I'll do. I'll take my concordance and I'll turn it over to Espanol. And I'll smoke Acapulco Gold in Mexico with my Latino ex-Catholic friends, now turn not Christian, but, you know, turn to the narrow way. Like, oh, sí, bueno, muy gracias, amigo. So, but we'll see. I'm sure people will say whole no, I have wood stove. I have propane heaters, kerosene heaters, all kinds of heaters. I just don't use them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to eating $2 carne asada plates, maybe hanging out with people in the ministry. That'd be an amazing life, man. Travel the world, get to go see 180 countries. Start out in Mexico. Maybe I'll never leave Mexico. Who knows? So I ain't making no plans. I don't even know if I'll be able to leave the country by December 2nd. So remember, they might say guilty. Bailiff, lock him up and they'd be so happy. God damn it, Jay Vandenberg's gonna be so happy that day if that happens. He's gonna have such a shit-eating grin on his face. But I won't say anything. I'll just go get some fucking stripes, I guess, right? All I'll be worried about in there is my dogs. I'm saying I'll just be worried about my dogs. One peanut. Just one. Oh. But it is rather strange. After, you know, it'll be 544 days if they decide to drop the case. Gemini number 544, or it'll by 552, another Gemini number 7 days later. And I'll either be free then, not, you know what I'm saying, free the week before, the week after. But I want to have that Forerunner fixed before I go, guys. I think that's a wise idea, and I need it fixed before December anyways. So hopefully, I can sell something pretty quick. I have the money to get the inspection done on it, which can cost me about $300 to go there, back, and get the inspection and come back for the day and probably get something to eat while I'm in town. So then I'll know what's wrong with the Forerunner. Some Spanish people speak really super fast Spanish. Absolutely. That's good information. Thank you to know that the Argentinas, have a different. See, that'd be so, Paul. That ain't no different than saying like people for Texas or like people from Virginia. Dialect is much faster or much slower. I remember people in Alabama. I had to get out of the damn cab when I tried to get a cab in Alabama. This guy took like, I wanted to get in town. And he, well, where are you going there? His accent was so damn thick. I was like, dude, I'm getting another cab. I'm going another cab. I want to get off post. I was at trading. So, some Hispanic, some Mexicans, some Mexicans, boy, they can get to speaking Spanish really, really fast too. Like the Argentinas, I've seen that. And not all, some broken street Spanish is much slower because there's a lot more slang into that. I've noticed that too, like we have in America, we have a lot of slang, and there's a lot in street Spanish, there's a lot of slang, which does slow that informal Spanish down, as opposed to the formal Spanish is kind of very spoken. I've noticed that people speak very formal Spanish, very, don't speak a lot of slang, can go really fast and speak really fast, that are Spanish or Latino. And I've seen that, I'm saying that I don't know, just from my certain experience. And I'm sure, again, that's not a deal breaker but that's what I've seen, that more of a broken dialect, it does kind of slow the dialect down, and when you stay in a formal, because there's formal and informal Spanish, you go informal and then start breaking that into a street, man. That will either slow it way down too. Or in some places, some people like that just have their own kind of like a mumble, not even a fast talk too, that I've seen people, they'll do it in American too, in English, not even American, it's American. I told people they don't even speak English anymore. Hardly anybody speaks any kind of English. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, remember my dad, I couldn't say yeah to my dad. He would knock the living crap out of me for saying that. I couldn't say yeah, I had to say yes. I didn't have to say yes, sir, but I had to say yes. And we all, so, did your parents say that to you? I don't want to hear your head bobbing. You ain't some bobbing dog. You tell me yes or no. I want to hear no yeah to you. Yeah, what is that? Yeah, go mow the lawn. Yeah, you take all those blocks and stack them and then move them over and then stack them in another pile over there. Stack them twice. Don't say yeah to me ever again. You take that out of the house. You don't speak that inside this house. You can do that to your friends and you can do that to your brothers, but I don't want neither of them speaking that in here, and neither are you. That's how my dad was when it came to anything that wasn't proper English. Yeah. Like, I had to sit with my feet in front of me in the chair. I couldn't put my feet around the chair. He was just real super formal. Couldn't, you had to use a knife, a fork, and then set your knife down and pick up and you couldn't. None of that. My dad was super strict, man. You guys had it easy growing up. My dad was militant. And he told me if I didn't listen to him, that he would cut me up and put me in the trash can. And I was really small, and it would only take probably 2 or 3 trips to the dump, and nobody even noticed me because he could put me in with stuff. And that was back in, first part of the 70s, 80s. Like, he was for real. No elbows on the table. Auntie Mabel. Oh, I remember that, Lord. Auntie Mabel, no elbows on the table. No yeah. No slurping, no chewing with your mouth open. Just all the basic, just some morals, man. We had some morals back then. Women and men were supposed to be kissing in public. It was called PDA. Like, get a room for Christ's sake. Children are supposed to see sex. Now look at us. They're sewing on body parts. Jill wants Jack's button, and Jack wants Jill's pocket. So, what the hell's going on here? So, I want to go back to, at the tone, the time will be. Who's with me? on the 411. Oh my gosh, this world sucks, guys. You know why I want to die? Because the robot is checking to make sure that I'm a human being. I don't like this world anymore because the robot is making sure that I'm a human. I don't feel comfortable in this world anymore. I'm ready to go, Father. You can take me whenever you're ready. Take my dogs too, please. Take us all in one big fell swoop. Just have the military drone me or something. Drone us. Kevin probably won't mind either. Isn't it though? This place is nuts, man. This place is crazy. The president's a PDF file. The prior president's a PDF file. The prior president, that's a PDF file, and nobody cares. Mr. Warp Speed's responsible for Blind 11. Nobody gives a crap about that, you know. Tahoe popcorn, yeah. Jiffy Pop, baby. Dial popcorn. Dial popcorn, Jiffy Pop. Remember that? Remember it would come on? It's 10 p.m. You know, it's 9 p.m. Do you know where your children are at? Oh, shit, the kids are outside. Honey. You kick your kids. Remember, children are not meant to be seen or heard. Go outside. Children are not meant to be seen or heard. Go outside. If I wanted you to say something, I'd ask. Go play with your friends. I want to call on my, back before we had pagers, we had, Mom, I'm at the roller rink. Come pick me up. Bye. Remember? That's how we did our pagers. Before pagers, we had the collect call. We knew how to beat the system way back then. We were smart as hell. We had a way around not having pagers. We knew how to do the collect call. You guys remember that? Collect call, I'm at Bobby's house. I want to stay the night. The collect call from, he's at Bobby's house. He's staying the night. Yeah, we had the pagers, baby. We know how to beat the system back then. We also had prank calls before star 69, remember? Nobody could tell where you were calling from. Hey, is your refrigerator running? Well, go get it. It's running away. Yeah, for a star 69, prank calls and all that, man. What a different world this is. Damn, what happened to that world? Man. You could smoke in a restaurant. Oh, yeah. All like green from running the grass. And the only part of my body that wasn't tan was the bottom of my feet. You know what I'm saying? Because I grew up on the concrete jungle, so. Yeah. We knew that Wendy's, we remember it was Where's the Beef? Oh, wait. It was between Wendy's buns, so. Slides. Remember the metal slide, guys? Yeah, Lori, remember the hot metal slide? Remember the rocket slide? You guys, do you know I called for one of those rocket slide? Remember the big rocket slide? It had the cages in it, and it was like 3 stories. Now, that's no slouch. Do you guys know what it would cost to buy one of those rocket slides right now? Yeah. Remember the rocket slide? It was like a jail, so it was all bars. It was like that, and it had the slide. There was a couple, and you can go up, and there was I think the second story had a slide out of it, Normie. Do you know what the price of one of those costs right now? If you were trying to have one, because I wanted to put one out here because I was going to do a park out here to do a off-road park, family fun park. When I'm talking about it's actually it was a off-road ATV park, but I wanted to do it because some kids might not be able to be old enough and not be able to ride, and I wanted the parents to, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Do you know what it would cost to have one of those? Because I tried to locate one of those right now. For one of those, now they make some remakes of them. There are some companies that would do remake that slide. They look a little bit different. They're definitely not the same real tall. I mean, they are. Some even do a 2-story, not that 3 story, but a couple thousand. You couldn't even get a merry-go-round for $5,000, $6,000 right now. Not a merry-go, no, like the regular merry-go-round, the good one, that will fling it off the merry-go-round. You could probably touch a merry-go-round for $5 or $6 grand. I think when I looked at that slide, it was over $100,000, and some of them were between 100 to 200,000 for that. For the original one, not the markup. The markups I've seen that some of those were like 80 to 125,000. For the remake of those slides, and they're pretty close too. I was blown away. at the price of that particular model, and I know why, because that was the big. I remember those things were big. They were tall. They were like 3 stories. I'm talking about the one that was 3 stories. A big thing. I mean, that's a lot of metal in this day and age. That's a lot of craftsmanship, and if you think today and age, that's not going to just be some 4 or 5 or 6,000. There's probably tens of thousands of dollars just in steel and rivets, and so it's hard to believe that one of those would cost that much. I was like, maybe it's 7 or 8 grand for one of those or something. You know what I'm saying? For a dude, I was like, dude, I couldn't even hardly get a merry-go-round for 7 or 8 grand. There are merry-go-rounds that go for more of that. Because remember, there was some pretty nice ones, those merry-go-rounds, and pretty big ones. You know what I'm saying? They weren't, some were a little smaller, but there were some pretty big ones. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember, it was a big thing. It was 3 stories. You could get up above, and that second, up there in the top, and there was, nice. Yeah. So, but that's what I thought about having is a park out there. What I wanted to have a park was to have that retro park. That'd be nice to have a new park, but the way I do things out here, because everything's old, I thought it'd be so cool to have a retro park. Wouldn't that be cool to go to a park right now? Like if you came out here and I had ATV, you could ride ATVs out here, not like get pop wheelies, but more like a go-kart type track. And then if you couldn't, your kids couldn't ride, or one of them had an issue or something, started whining or whatever, that there would still be a playground here for them to play. And I thought it'd be cool as hell to have a playground that was all retro, like the old school monkey bars, the big, the big dome. Remember the big dome, the big, whatever that geodesic thing, the big monster those things were huge. Remember how big some of those things were? Some of those things were almost 2 stories too. Some of those geodesic domes were like 20 feet tall at the top of that. And nobody ever worried about it falling off of it. Remember, nobody was ever like, they to a playground, the kids be out there monkey barring and climbing all. So, like some of those were those big geodesics. Some of those things were almost 24. I remember, so there were some big ones, the big playgrounds. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, Sabrina, at the really big playgrounds. Those were the awesome back in the day. And actually, if you go back, guys, on some of the actually older playgrounds when we were like even younger than me, they had like 2 and 3 story swing sets and stuff. The kids are just hanging out on the, 3 stories tall. That's what I'm saying. Some of these things are a monster. Go look at some of the old, look at that, but I just thought that'd be cool to have a retro playground. One of the big playgrounds is what I'm saying. One of the big ones, and have it all the retro, and then they had, remember, there was always that one too. And then there was the big metal, just a big metal slide, guys. And that thing was pretty tall too. Remember that big slide? There was a big slide, just a big ass slide. I mean, it was just a big metal. I think it was about almost 20 feet. That slide was almost 20 feet, like 2 stories to get to the top of that thing. And that thing was that big, long, and that thing was hotter than hell. And man, by the time you got down, your legs were on fire, especially on a hot day. They were all steel. They had the round rails, you know what I'm saying? And those things were huge. I remember seeing them in the big playgrounds. It was a pretty long way up to the top of that, you could get 10, 15 kids on that. They make some knockoffs, which are cheaper and stuff. But we'll see. Maybe someday we'll have that out here for the ministry. Or it would be a great way for the ministry to produce income. You know what I'm saying? That sucks, all. I mean, I don't mean to be there, but I know. Some kids grew up in country towns and they didn't have big parks like that. We got to remember that some of us do. Some of the kids never got that. That sucks, all. I mean, that sucks, man, but I apologize that, didn't have that. Some of us didn't even realize what we had growing up. Kids would love to see something like that. Never did in their life. They just lived in a smaller country town. It's like where I live. Now I live in a country town. No child ever see what they'd have in a big playground. People grow up in little towns and they have their own thing. They got badass stuff because they go to the swimming hole and they go to the rope swing and they do things we don't do. They get to do things because they're country kids, so thank you again for that, Solomon. We got to remember that. Something like, dude, our kid didn't even grow up with that stuff. We had all that stuff to plan, and you guys went and made your own, forts and stuff. I did that too, you know what I'm saying? But more like that. Thank you. I got to remember that. But I grew up in the concrete jungle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it should be all right. I don't know why it's not charging, but it's keeping power. Oh. So I'm kind of tripping, guys. Kind of tripping again about this court date. I hope I don't go to jail, man. I don't want my dogs to suffer. I don't want my dogs to suffer, guys. I want to go get some more water. Oh, pardon me. Look at this egg this lady laid today. I lost the other bird that laid the big ones like this, but this one's starting to come into her own. I've been watching her eggs, and she's been doing, you know what I'm saying? Pretty good size egg for her, huh? She's doing a pretty good job. It's a pretty monster egg, man. Yeah, look at that. Same bird. They're all the same size. So I think we got another semi-dragon egg today. Oh, just dropped an egg. Oh well. Oops. That dropped an egg. We'll do that in the morning. Get it, pants. Get it, pants. I'm pretty good about that. Come here. Oops. There you go, puppy. Yeah, it's a good one. Look, we got one of these dinosaur dragon eggs again. She laid another dragon egg. I'm getting some weird twist going at the top of it. Look at that thing, it's poking out there. It's poking out. Toggle. Dad dropped an egg. Come here. Look at that one. She keeps laying every once in a while. Should when he's out, but it's still pretty good size. Lick that up. That's an egg. You want that? Eat that. No, go back then. I want Tango to get it. Get back. Go lay down. Tango, come here. Come over here and get this egg. No double yolks. You got big ones just like this. I think every once in a while there'll be a double yolk in there, but there's not. What a trip, man. Look at that egg. Tell me there's not a dragon there. Just kidding. Come here, Tango. Come here, big. Oops. Oops. Good boy. It's my cleaner. Oh, yeah. Water slides. Oh, yeah. I had those growing up where I grew up. They have raging waters and roaring rapids, and I got to go all that stuff. I was so spoiled growing up. We worked for what we had, but so there was a dragon in this egg here. But what a good size egg, huh? For a first year bird. We'll probably get a lot more eggs like that the next year. The second year these birds come in, they lay a pretty good size egg. I bet you I'll get more of these if they're still here. Oh, stop it, Mr. Pants. You didn't want to lick it up. You had a chance. So, but this is their first year, so I'm sure they'll all be in their second year, pretty real close to that. This red sex link, so they're known for laying a pretty good size egg, and yeah, they do a good job. They're good birds. I love the birds. They're so much fun. Get this out of here. I'll put the rest of that. Sure is bright out there, guys. Sure is bright out there. Full moon is very bright. All right, Dad's gonna go sit back down, buddy. Go sit back down. Over there. I'll do that to you guys tomorrow. It's starting to cool off. I'm actually go. Where's my other coat? It's pretty cool in here. About time, Dad. It's about time to put on the beanie. About the time to put on the beanies. Excuse me, Mr. Biggie. There we go. All right. Puppy cleaned up. I made, built an egg and he for me. So, what a good puppy. Oh, what time is it? What time is it? All right, we'll wrap it up here pretty soon. So I just wanted to come in here and let you guys know again, I'm kind of looking forward to this date coming up here. Hoping that the case will get dropped. I'll be able to move on with my life and figure out what to do from there. Who knows what this country will look like in 40, was it 51 days or something like that? I don't know what it was, but a lot's been happening real fast in this country. So who knows what it'll be like in a month from now. This world is shaping very fast. Things are moving at a breakneck speed, if you ask me. They're moving at a they have military in half the country right now. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. Time's moving quickly, because every day it's just filled with so many events that yeah, I hope I can travel as a brain. I'm really looking forward to that. You know what I'm saying? I just need a break. I've been doing this so long, trying to help my son out, that it's really hard for me to be anything other than a dad. I mean, I have another life, but I'll always be a dad. He's my son, so it's hard to think I never talked to him ever again. I never, I mean, if he's mad at me, then I guess he can take all the time he needs. And there's a date coming finally. Something to grab a hold of finally, like I said. And it's just a little scary to think that my dogs are going to have to suffer again, because I don't want them to suffer. They didn't do anything. They're good boys, they're real good boys. So, and they'd be all right. They just get depressed when I'm not around. So they're farm dogs. They're used to being around me. They're used to being by my side everywhere I go. You see when I walk around, the kitties and puppies follow me everywhere I go. Even my kitties follow me. So, yeah, I want to take my kitties too. I want to bring my cats. I don't want to leave my cats here. I want to take my cats and my dogs. I love my kitties. So I'm sure they don't suffer as much when I'm gone, but they love me a lot. And they love the puppies a lot. You can always tell. They both go up to both the puppies and rub on them and always walk straight up to him. Yasher loves it in the morning when I let the puppies out. He runs down the thing with the dogs and goes over there like the dog and pisses on something like the dog. He thinks he's a little dog. He's crazy. I love him. He's such a good cat. He seriously will be sitting out there waiting, for the dogs, He's waiting for the dogs to come out. He's like, "Oh, Dad, let the dogs out." "Oh, hey, Dad, the dog's out." And they'll run down, and he goes down right behind him, So, I don't know. Like I said, at least I'll know something. These are going to be a long, 50 some days or whatever. I don't know how many days are left. I quit counting days because I don't want to count days, but something like that. Today's the 6th, and there's 20, there's 30. This is October. There's 31 days.
So plus another. Yeah, so I got a while to go. That's a lot of cold mornings, man. Waking up, freezing my ass off, but I'll get through them. Days warm up. Days will be warmer than the nights, so I've got some good covers. I stay warm at night. I just cover up with a lot of covers. So at night I'm okay. It's just the time after it starts getting chilly between then and before I can get up and get working. That's these bones are not 20. And I find out shit. I don't take time to get out of bed. I get out of bed. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I get out of bed. I don't sit there and wait to get out of bed. I don't need to wake up with a cup of coffee. Don't talk to me for an hour. I'm not one of those kind of person. I'm up. You know, so but the bones don't move as quick, you know, when it's cold, you know. It's like, man, it'd be so nice to wake up to a fucking warm house, you know, instead of freezing fucking morgue. But just makes it a little harder to get out of bed and get going. But, you know, get the bones moving and they move, so. It'd be nice to get to where I don't have to work so damn hard to just stay afloat. So I'll always have to work hard and I'll always work hard, but or I'll be sitting in jail, guys. So I better start thinking about that too, because that is, you know, I'll just give it a 50-50 chance at this point. I don't want to make any plans. So I'm going to plan on going to jail. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to plan on not going to jail. You know what I'm saying? I'm just both. Whatever happens, happens. So. But I hope these next days pass by pretty quick. But I know they won't, because they're going to get shorter days and more dark, and or it's going to go into this hard one in the middle of December. You know, you know, that's kind of we're in the winter by then for sure. So, but appreciate you guys being here for me too. You know what I'm saying? It's been a long 17 months. You know what I'm saying? Been a long 17 months. I think this has been the most difficult 17 months of my entire life. I think the next 50 years of my life are going to be just as difficult. Because if Elijah's not alive, I know why he's not. You know what I'm saying? It's that gold and silver that got him killed, you know? So, and Adriana, so it was my doing. Now I'm gonna have to live with that for however many more as he keeps years. I won't never be a day that I don't think about that. So, I'll get to the bottom of that someday too. I don't know how soon that's gonna come. I don't know how to tackle that. Right? You know, I've done so much to try to get an answers already, and never got even a single answer. You know. So, but hey, help me count down. Help me count down the days, guys. Appreciate you being here for me. You know what I'm saying? So. He was so close, guys. I had him and my daughter. They were going to move here. And that's what's so hard to give up. Because when I started this, they were making a lot of plans to come here. Both of them. I mean, Adriana was even bringing, I have stuff of hers that's here. Not just Elijah, you know, Elijah brought stuff of his, but they were both moving here, you know. I was this close to having them. This freaking close, man. I'm just trying to adjust a little bit on going, okay, I got to walk away from this. I just spent 17 months for nothing. So I think the best thing I can do is if I can leave the country, go for Elijah, because he wanted me to do that for me, because he said I don't do anything for me. I only do for the ministry, and I only do for Christ. And I don't do for me, and I should do for me because that's something I really wanted to do. I wanted to share the gospel. That's, I want to do it without possessions. I want to do it with experience and not money. Take some money, but I didn't need, I didn't need that much. I live a pretty simple life. And so I want to have that forerunner ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Have that forerunner ready to go. Feel confident that I'll make it to South America without any issues. Because I don't know if I'll be leaving with any money. You know what I'm saying? So I need to have that thing kind of buckled down and ready to go. And got to get that done, guys. Winter's going to hit here. And I don't want to wreck that thing. I don't know what happened that day. But that ass end came around on it. And we almost flipped that thing right in front of traffic. It was pretty scary. Kevin was, I could tell he's really uncomfortable the rest of the time he was driving it. He's like, he wanted to go home. Well, we were just going into town. So I'm going to schedule that appointment tomorrow. So I'll get it in there and get it looked at. And I'll know here probably in a week. I think they said it's about a week out. So in a week, I'll know what's going on with it. And get it fixed. I really don't want to put tires on it, though, until I get it fixed, because I don't want to sit there and just chew the tires off of it. So I bought tires for it. They're not anything great. They're just some regular stock tires, but they're something to get down to Mexico for now. So if I need to and get a better tire, I will, but I think for now, we'll see. I'll take my time. If I go, I won't try to be in a hurry, and I'll have that, it is 4-wheel drive, so it's not like it's some kind of and I'm not going to leave with the way the vehicle is right now. I won't do that. That'd be too dangerous. So, it's overnight too expensive. I'm $1,000, $2,000 or something, like I told you. A lot of money to throw in a 3,500, vehicle, but they're good vehicles. And they'll go off the road if I need to. So I don't think it would have any problems off road. This was just traveling at highway speeds, and it hit some more snow, and the whole front of it dumped, and so I don't know what it is. I know Kevin's a little scared to driving it, so that sucks. I'll get that taken care of. And then I don't have anything else. I'm just gonna probably bring a solar panel down there, and power inverter, just grab a battery, and then we can have power on the road. You know what I'm saying? That's the plan. Without making any plans, it's just something to shoot for. Something to gives me a little bit of time. It'll go by quick, so. once that's out of the way, I'll be able to know, like I said, I want to be able to drive away from here on December 2nd. Actually, I don't know how that'll work. I don't know. I don't even have any idea what will be happening on December 2nd. No. All right, I'm going to smoke a bowl. Hold on. Before I go, I need to take a little bit of cannabis. Oh, my goodness. How exciting. It's either jail or jail or on the road. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be nice to I'll get some kind of answer finally. You know, it's not going to get delayed any longer. Woo! Yeah, you said that. So that's crazy. What the Crown wants to do? The Crown. That's so fucking insane. The Crown. I mean, again, I haven't even asked John, but you know, I don't even know how many years, what kind of time they would give me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't have a record, so it can't be that much time. I think the most they could probably stick in me, they're going to give me the mandatory minimum. That's how it works. You take it to trial, they don't be nice to you. They give you the mandatory minimum. So maybe a couple years or something is what I'm thinking. So it wouldn't be the end of the world or anything. All right. Why were you on? I ain't even tired. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm actually kind of hungry. Out of nowhere. Why'd I get hungry all of a sudden? Yeah, that's what I thought. The same thing. Connection, you know what I'm saying? My attorney didn't contact me. I'm like, dude, what the hell's going on here? Hopefully no news is good news, you know what I'm saying? So I ate earlier today. I ate some couple burgers. They were good. They were good. I didn't put any mustard or ketchup on them this time. I just put onion and cheese, so it's good. Kind of the old school ways to get things. No ketchup, no mustard, no lettuce, no tomatoes. What the hell am I yawning for? I think I slept an extra hour. That's why I'm tired, because I slept an extra hour. Yep, it always costs money to call them. Every time you call them, $500 an hour. My attorney costs. I hope I can and say, hey man, I'm in Mexico. I'm in Acapulco, smoking Acapulco Gold. We'll see. You guys, some of you guys will have to maybe write me or something. I'm not very good at writing people, but maybe one of you two, you'll pen pal me or something if I go to jail. I'll give you the jail address or something like that, if you don't mind getting jail mail. Jail mail. Not snail mail, jail mail. But we'll see. Wow. What a trip, man. What a trip to think that there's something's going to actually happen here. Something's going to actually happen. But no worries. Nobody's obligated to. I'll get out someday, maybe. Maybe. I tried to tell you, Tony. Nobody wanted to listen to me. I've been trying to tell people to buy silver since it was $15. $15. I already lost probably enough money to fix my car just in gold already. Not even, and buy firewood. So, yep. Yep, I know. I'm fucked. I had silver. Fucking Marshall cocksucker stole 40 pounds of fucking silver for me. 40 pounds of silver stolen from me, guys. Again. And I just had to sell 30 pounds of silver to get this fucking attorney and 11 fucking $1,000 in gold. So. It is what it is, though, right? I don't care about silver like that. Fuck it, I should have just taken the silver and gold. My son would probably be alive right now. I'm a stupid motherfucker, you know that? Oh well. I can't change it. All I can do is move on. Just pick up and move on. I think I'm gonna go make a burger. It's taking about 5 minutes. Probably won't take me too long. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go make a hamburger. I'm hungry. I ain't doing shit. I ain't going to bed anytime soon. I'm not tired. I think I slept an extra hour today, so I'm yawning today. Slept for 5 hours. I was like sleeping a lot for me. Not all at one time. I didn't sleep in it 5 hours at one time, but 5 hours total last night. So I think that's why I feel tired. Should have got out of bed an hour earlier and I've been fine. 4 hours is my zone. 3 or 4 hours I feel good. 5 hours I don't start feeling a little get tired, and 6 hours I don't feel good at all. 7 or 8 hours I feel like I woke up with a hangover. Oh my god. That's what I feel like if I sleep 8 hours. Somebody hit me in the head with a brick. Oh, I wonder if we got any more light over here. Any more light over here? Not getting any light over here. Nope. Oh man. Let's see what we got. Solar panel back here. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Uno momento, por favor. Let's make some a cheeseburger. Oh wait, I don't have it where. Never mind. I don't know where buns. Oh. lights burn out. Oh, burn out. Oh, the power. You didn't power up the lights today, GP viewer. Oh, well. Oh, well. Hey, there's some regular keys. Some regular keys. That going. Heat is on. Fire. 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 Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, what do we got going on here? Remember when we were talking about what silver is? I have a few quarters that are pure silver. There's not but a pure silver quarter. There's no pure silver quarters. Brickweed Donor Connection says. Some dashboard burgers. Oh boy. Yeah, I've been trying to tell everybody I don't give silver. I don't give any advice, but you guys are having a good conversation in here. Nice. Huh, well, you guys are having a good conversation there. I like it. Talking about precious metals. Good stuff. I had to spend all mine, but oh well. I bet you I made Kevin a lot of money. I can't imagine. Oh, I can't imagine. Uno más. Uno más. All right. Change on the fly. Well, you guys are having all good kinds of conversation here. Good stuff. All right. I decided to make tacos instead of burgers. I don't know why on the fly. So I wanted tacos instead. So tacos it is. So give me a minute. I'm going to make some tacos here. I haven't had tacos in a minute. So tacos it is. Spicy jalapeno. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cabbage. Not lettuce, cabbage. Crunchy. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. I ate 3 of them. I made 3. Isn't it though? Look at that. It's so snappy. Doesn't get hot like lettuce and get soggy. Are you getting up for the full mood there, Tony? Mm. Hold on a second. 1 second. I need more salt though.
pasta. Oh, no. Right. Also. Mm. Mm. Yeah. No más tacos. Oh. Well, the water is better than the tacos, guys. Oh, I love water. Oh. Masala. Might be one of the best things on this rock is Berkey water, man. Wow. I guess my eyes were bigger than my stomach. I'll eat them tomorrow for breakfast. I'll throw an egg on there with them and make breakfast tacos out of them. The cabbage will still be fine. That's the difference between making lettuce. Put lettuce on those be hammered in the morning in the AM. Thank you, Father, for cabbage. No, I bought like 2 or 3 things of sausage too. So, oh my goodness. Oh, pardon me for my outburst. Taco bueno. Oh. So I don't want to stress about anything. I want to try to write out these next whatever, how many days I got here. 50 some days. Hang out with my puppies. Now, if I go to jail, I get to spend time with my dogs. I gotta get that lid done in the Rusty Dragon and get some more work. I probably got about 5 more days worth of work on the inside of the building. Maybe a little bit more because I got some tile work to do. And the loft area up there too. So that nothing to stress about. I'll probably get her done. Get her done in time. And because those people are going to be moving in here in the next week or so. So I'll have to work every day. But that's all right. I need to stay busy. By the time I'm done fixing that lid, I think it'd be time to harvest those ladies. So I don't like stuff in my teeth. So yeah, guess I just want to hang out with my dogs until that time. You know what I'm saying? Take care of the ladies, the birds. Hang out with my kitties. I want to put myself under any kind of, you know what I'm saying? No reason to stress out if I'm gonna be going to jail or something for a while. I just kind of enjoy my time before I might be going to jail for a little bit. So should eat good and enjoy my time with my animals, right? Don't stress about it, and put it in God's hands, and He'll do whatever He wants with me. So yeah, weed should be illegal. Weed's a drug. I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. I hate the word weed or marijuana or dope. Some people call it dope. Dope is white. But anyways, you can call it weed if you want. That's just a silly name for it. I'm a medicinal cannabis grower, so I'm offended by people who don't understand the plant. So it gives me quality of life. So we'll take a chooch to that. Oh, yeah. Macachola. Oh, macachola. Oh. What the hell was I saying? Weed is a stupid name for cannabis. So you people who smoke weed are retarded, dumb fucking idiots. And you probably been marked by that dry glycol electric dick dragon pen because you suck on that embalming fluid and you smoke that autoflower crap, which is pretty much turned it into a drug. So these people, somebody asked me, Pastor, you've been a medicinal cannabis grower for years. You grew, you have patients and stuff. I know these people, they act like they smoke meth. And I know they don't smoke no meth. What the hell is going on? I said, they genetically modified it to make them, they act like they're on meth, but they're smoking just, he's like, I know they don't do meth. I know they don't. They are no. I said, yeah, it's that freaking dispensary pot they give me, it's not, it's like that synthetic weed. They turn it into synthetic. It's not the original anymore, So that's why people are like out of their minds, you know what I'm saying? So pretty funny that they've taken and ruined something that that has been worked for millions of years, and they didn't need to modify it or do anything to it, and now they've fucked it all up. So, and you can tell when normally somebody's
when they're not smoking something organic. You could just tell in their behavior and their verbiage, what kind of there's the 420 clan, you know. So that's not, like the oldest person found on this rock frozen has a satchel of cannabis, female cannabis on the side of us. We've been using this since the beginning of time, but not what we've made hashish and, been able to put, but not like what they've done to it now. They've literally gone in and chemically modified it. So it's garbage. So, and it's not that you still can't get from dispensaries, but you got to remember, before we had all these little fancy labels and jars and all this, we didn't have no numbers. We could look at it, smell it, kind of break it open a little bit and tell just, there's, so it's kind of funny, you know what I'm saying? And they've ruined it. And now these people they act like they're on meth because they smoke synthetic, genetically modified drug. It's a drug. They've turned it into a drug. They literally have. And I've always been telling everybody, cannabis ain't a drug. Cannabis never killed anybody. And only side effects it has is happy, hungry, horny, or sleepy, right? So no major side effects. That's why I've always been able to use it better than a narcotic. I don't want narcotics in my body because I don't have any side effects from it, so but it's not the end of the world. I just don't like the name, and what they've done to a plant that's been around since the beginning of time, but I wouldn't use it unless I would grow it myself. At this point, you better be pretty good at picking it out because you got to kind of have that old set mindset, and people can't do that. They've gotten so used to, like I had a friend, a good dispensary where I know the growers, and he's like, "Oh man, I got this top shelf. It's 28%, man. It's so bad." It's like, oh, okay, well, whatever, man. I know the grower on that, and that's okay. I don't even think there's 28% pot, but whatever you say, man, 28% cannabis. He's like, all right, well, here's try some. Like, that's pretty tasty. He's like, I was like, here. He's like, I was like, here, I'll try this. And he's like, all right, I'll try this. And he's like, whoa, dude, that stuff's even better than what I got, dude. What did you get? Dude, that sucks. You always come here. You always get the best of the best, like they hook you up, dude. Because in this place, you got to kind of go in and like in stages. They only let, a couple people in there at a time. So he went in, ahead of me, got something, and I went out, and then, and I showed him, and he's like, I'll say, well, this is like 14%. He's like, that's half. He's like, dude, I am so more stoned off of that. I was like, yeah, you're an idiot. You think those numbers mean how much and what it does to you? No, it doesn't. That has nothing to do with shit. There ain't no 28% pot anyways. Cannabis, that's a bunch of bullshit. Those numbers don't mean nothing. That whole industry's like buying, your rating on the Better Business Bureau. That stuff all got, I'm not saying there's not labs, but that stuff all got taken over a long time ago. You're out of your mind. You got to look at it and should be able to tell it, and they'll let you can't touch it like we used to be able to or whatever, break it open, but they'll let you smell it. You can look at it. You can tell, he's like, dude, there's no way that's only 14%, dude. I felt that took over, that took over what I was smoking, that's way better. So, yeah. And it was, I don't know what you paid for yours, but, they take some of that top shelf meds that you buy and it moves down the shelf. It's not always because it's on the top that it's the best. You think it's top shelf. No, that's what's come in. That is, but there's a lot of things that run through these dispensaries now, and it's just got taken over. So I've always tell people to stay away from them, because it's just too risky. Any one of these labs can let something go by, and and there's just not the regulation. What I'm saying? Just sucks because, like I said, forever and ever and ever, like the old school way was, if you got a bad strain, you kicked it into the dirt. You didn't grow bad because you weren't trying to grow too much. It wasn't like that. It was it was a different time. So anyways, I'll move on with the conversation. I think it's hilarious how people take something that that always was moderate and generally didn't bother people too much. And here's how I tell you now, because I try to tip, because I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. There is an idea of mixing indica sativa, but hear me out. This pot or weed or whatever the hell you guys want to call it, marijuana. There's another that's another derogatory term. So I've had people who I medicinally grown, cannabis and don't want to smoke. And I said, look, I will never force you. That's the nice thing about people who normally smoke pot. They don't force on you like some crackhead or something, like that. They're pretty mellow about it. Most, it's not like, but when you use cannabis, you should be able to smoke the cannabis and sit back on the couch and relax and not feel nervous or paranoid, or like you're so stoned that you're starting to fall into the couch and getting head spins and doing all that. Now, even if you haven't smoked a lot, I just encourage somebody to just like, all I'll tell them is, look, I want you to, if you want to do this, you don't have to, I'm not telling you, but I want you to just take a hit and immediate blow it out. Don't even hold it in. Don't even try to get it in your throat or inhale it. Just get it in your mouth. You'll get it in your saliva and blow it out. Don't hold it in at all. When I was young, I'd make you hold it all in, or I wouldn't even give you a hit of it. I'd make you hold it until you didn't blow out any smoke. But look, blow it out. It will work. It will work. It's strong on its own. And if you smoke too much, you ain't never want to do it again. And so I said, I let somebody try it. And they're like, well, okay, I'll actually, I've had people say, and I know you're getting, and tried yours, and I didn't want, because I'm afraid it's too strong. I've tried it and I get all paranoid. And I said, see, that's the problem with it. When you use proper cannabis, you should be able to sit back in your chair without being nervous or so, but not leaning forward either. Because this crap that they have today, brothers, sisters, I watch people who smoke this stuff today. They don't sit back in their chair and relax. They're always like this, leaned up like they're on some fucking meth or on some fucking dope, because they're too nervous. They're like, it makes them, fuck that. That's not cannabis. Cannabis should make you feel relaxed, evenly, body high, head high, not so nervous that you're fucking leaning forward and fucking tweaker 19. That's how the way that shit makes people feel. And that's why I try to tell my buddy, that's what it does to them. They turned it into fucking a drug and turned it into meth. Because you shouldn't feel like that when you smoke cannabis at all. Now, you could smoke some indica that make like, wow, dude, I'm pretty, but not like this. See what I'm saying? That's the difference. Weed that makes you nervous is the best. That's what Larry wants, the genetically modified. See, guy's hooked on this shit. It's a fucking crackhead, guys. See what I'm saying? This is the kind of shit these Larry Bird wants. See, these people are hooked on it, guys. This is a fucking meth head, but he's just smoking cannabis. It's just modified, and you don't even know it. It's hilarious. That's what my buddy was telling us, like Larry Bird. It's this kind of guy that likes that kind of, and whatever, different strokes for different folks. I'm not saying that's his deal thing. If he don't bother anybody and he never affects anybody and he wants to feel like that, that's fine. If you don't fuck with nobody, Larry Bird can be like that all the time. I don't care what he does. He can do whatever he wants. I'm not bad at him. But you know what I'm saying? That's that type of, you know what I'm saying? That's that type of, people want that nervousness, meth head kind of fucking feeling type of, geek the fuck out. They like that. So that's his thing. So leave Larry Bird double dribble alone here. He's fucking shitting all over himself, like a chicken. I think every 3 or 4 seconds they shit. He probably never had any birds himself, but I don't speak bird. So, but anyways, some people like to feel like that, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, see what I'm saying? So, bro, you need to smoke some indica. Don't tell me I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. You don't know shit about fucking indica, Dixon. You don't know shit about fucking sativa. You need to suck a fucking electric dragon dick and go smoke some of your fucking glycol. Get yourself marked by the dragon. You ever smoke one of those pins? You ever have anybody go, here, take a hit off that? You're already marked, you dumb fuck. The dragon. I already told everybody China's already taken over the industry. You guys are stupid. I know people who go right up next to cartel and the China's right there next to them. So you think you guys are Yeah, right. It's in that glycol. You hit that little dragon, electric dragon dick, and then you're marked. So you go ahead and think it's funny, but you already got, here, hit that. Don't hit that. Plus, that's got embalming fluid in it. No wonder they act like fucking zombies. Embalming fluid. They're embalming fluid, and they're hitting that glycol, and especially it's in that fruity shit. You know, they put it in that food grade crap stuff. You know, so they've got a way to put it in there already and mark you. They know who's hit that pin or not. Once it's in your system, you ain't getting it out either. I don't care what anybody says. They've already exposed this, that China's already taken over that market, the glycol and all the oils and all that. They love that side of they love you. Anybody who's likes their rooty, tooty, fresh and fruity stuff, they all that's in all that shit. And it only takes one hit off that pen and you already got it in you now. So people want to listen to me, but I'm always ahead of this. I told you, everybody going to take away your sativa. Nobody listened to me, and you can't get sativa anymore. Fuck no. I go in those dispensers. I said, that ain't Blue Dream. Get out of here. I can't believe you guys can even put the labels, the number. You guys just changed all, and you just have fancy names. There is not that many strains of cannabis. You guys are totally ruining the market. I mean, appreciate what you do, but don't be advertising Blue Dream. I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. I've always grown Blue Dream. That is not Blue Dream. You're an idiot. You guys are really bad. You're giving it a bad name. You know what I'm saying? But it is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Paul? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You get what you get, man. You get what you get. That some people don't even, you know, they said it's like they came into the market and they knew exactly. Blue Dream is not an indica. See, look at Dixon is a dumb fucking. Look it up right now, brothers and sisters. Blue Dream is probably the most heavy sativa fucking plants there is. Dixon, you're a piece of shit, dude. You're still in here talking shit out the side of your neck. Look at this dumbass, guys. Look up Blue Dream for me and show you. Look at this is what a demon and a liar and somebody just stroking his own pen. You know, sucking more than you know. So, what a fool! What a fucking fool! I've always glowed Blue Dream. It's what, like I said, what works for my sciatica. So I tend to lean more towards a sativa anyways. Indica is something that, again, it works. It's just not for what I have. So Dixon, shut the fuck. It's not, sativa is a fucking, it's a fucking 100% sativa plant. Where the fuck are you getting from that stoner? That is a sativa plant. Sativa fucking Blue Dream has blades this thin. It is not fucking indica at all. It has no indica. It's not a cross. It's a 100% sativa plant. So fuck off, both of you fucking dumb fucks. I've grown it ever since. I've grown it, and I've been in medicinal cannabis grower probably for both of you. So Dixon, shut the fuck up and get out of here. So it is a fucking 100% sativa. The blades on it are this fucking thick. There's no way it's indica. Both of you guys are out of your fucking minds. Seriously, connection? It's a fucking sativa, 100% sativa plant. Not your bullshit fucking hybrids. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is I go to these fucking dispensaries, you go fuckers have lost your fucking way. You have forgotten the basis. So it's not a cross. It is a sativa 100% strain. You guys like all this other bullshit blueberry. There's blueberry DJ Shorts is blueberry. All this other blueberry. Like Kush is Blue Kush. Not Bubba, not OG, not purple. It's Blue Kush. Blue Kush. So you guys are foolish. You guys have been fooled by this industry. You guys, you probably don't even have seeds anymore. You wouldn't even know how to grow a fucking seed plant. And that's funny. Like I said, it's fine. Do your own goddamn research. There's no way that a fucking sativa Blue Dream that has a blade this thin is indica in any way, shape, or form. So you don't even know the difference between the two plants. I'm saying. No, not with due respect, you dumb fucking idiot. You don't know what Blue Dream is. That's what I'm saying. You guys are fooled. They're not, both of us are right. We're not marrying truth to a fucking lie here. Sativa, 100%. Blue Dream is, I've grown it for year after year after year and has a blade like that thin on it. That's not indica. You guys wouldn't even know what a fucking plant indica looks like anymore. You know what I'm saying? Or a sativa. You just see these hybrid crosses. And so now you think everything's a cross. No, it's not. I can grow fucking indica that has blades that are this wide on it. This wide. So you tell me that my sativa blade is this wide and my indica blade is this not, that's not a fucking indica plant at all. It has no indica in it whatsoever. So it's okay. You guys are been fooled. Like I said, I've been doing this. I'm an old school hippie grower. I've been an OMMP medical marijuana patient grower for patients. Again, I understand this is even in Oregon. This is never about these fucking dispensaries, about the patient, getting the patient the right medicine that works for them. So I know what plants work for Sabine. I know how to crossbreed. Crossbreed a plant is not by, oh, I'm going to name it. It's because you cross fucking pollinate a plant. Not genetically fucking modify it or just changing the name of it because you want to change the fucking name of a plant. You have to, anytime you'd ever have to actually change the name, you'd have to go back to seed. And you seed every 3 fucking years. You guys have forgotten how this is even done from the beginning. This isn't grown. You can clone and have a mother, but you go back to seed every 3 years. You guys wouldn't even know how to even keep a strain alive anymore. A proper strain. Otherwise, you remember you kicked it in the fucking dirt. You forgot all the hippie ways of growing. This shit's been growing for millions of years. You guys think you can grow it in fucking tents and grow it 99 plants at a time. It's a female. I've grown Blue Dream side by side, and they always, even from the same mother, grow different every single time. No two have ever grown that right off the same mother, because I have had a mother and grew Blue Dream for years. So there's no, like I said, there, you guys have lost the idea between what sativa is and what indica is, and that they used to be very different. There was none of this crossbreed bullshit. That was done for the purpose, for medicinal purposes. You know what I'm saying? Medicinal purposes. So some people are more, see, sativa is a bubbly high. It's a head high. It's a bubbly, you could work. Indica is a couch lock you into the fucking ground and you get, crippled kind of, the mix is so you can be even 30-70, 60-40. And that's done with the cross between the two plants at pollination, not because you just want to call it something and call it something because you think it's fun to call it different names, like all that bullshit, the dispensary pot that they have. So, there is no fucking hybrid fucking Blue Dream. It's a sativa, 100% sativa plant. Always has been. Never will fucking be an indica cross. It can't. Look at the goddamn leaves on it. See, you guys grow all this other bullshit you've forgotten. And if you go back to the seed, Blue Dream seed, you're going to see it's going to not going to grow. I have sativa out there, remember? You've seen it. How thin is those fucking blades on it? I've shown you what a 70-30 looks like. I've shown you what a 60-40. Those are a Girl Scout cookie cross. You guys have lost your ways in the cannabis industry. And that's why people ask me, wait a minute, you're voting no. You said no on legal cannabis. I thought you would want cannabis to be legal. I said, no, you're going to fuck everything up. You can bring the feds in here. You're going to ruin a perfectly good program, which is designed for the patient, not the grower. Yeah, I was a grower patient, but it was designed to get the cannabis into the patient's hands at no charge. That's the way it's always been. I'll give my patients 2 to 3 ounces a month, no charge. They're not supposed to be paying. It's their plants that I'm growing for them. I'm carded. I'm fully legal. I've done this. So you guys are like lost your way, because you think you know how to grow. No, you don't know how to grow unless you know how to grow from seed and reseed every 3 years. You're just some fucking, the plant's always 70 and sunny and I want to go. No, it needs temperature change. People come into my garden like, dude, why is your fucking room so freezing? Because it's not always supposed to be 70 and fucking sunny. Well, no, that's it. You done lost your way. There's two plants, like I said, that should ever be the same because they're females. You don't grow 90 plants on a drip fucking pot or all these sea of green with hydroponic. Each plant is a fucking female. You ever met 2 females that are the same? You guys are fucking idiots. People ask me, dude, why does your cannabis taste so different than I get train wreck from a guy who comes back to get train wreck for me, and he grows pounds of train wreck, and he'll come by, or trade or whatever, an ounce of my train wreck that I got from him, but he don't grow it like I grow it. He don't do what I do to it. He grows it in 90. Every one of them's different. Get me away from the fan. I don't want to be touching her. I don't like being near the light. I want to be touching the wall. They're all different, and they'll do different things, but you think they all act the same? See? You don't even know how to grow. You can maybe, but you don't grow any quality. You don't grow medicinal cannabis. You grow some other bullshit. Now you grow modified genetically with chemicals that they do it with, and then they'll put this shit back out on the market. They'll clone that, and that's what they got everybody growing. So, you guys think you're getting medicinal cannabis, and you're smoking drugs now, basically, because it's all been genetically modified. So don't say that you know what a plant is unless you, like I said, I go in and tell these fucking dispensaries, you guys don't know what Blue Dream is. Just start with that. Same thing. You guys have lost your ways on how this is done. You know what I'm saying? If you're a true grower, you grow for 3 fucking years and you go back to seed every 3 years, period. Or you're not a fucking grower. That's a true grower. Goes back to seed every 3 years. It's just the way it's done. And if you get a bad strain, you kick that motherfucker to the dirt and you never grow it again because you don't want that to be. But that's why Blue Dream's always been Blue Dream. Acapulco's always been Acapulco. These strains are always going to be what they are. But now they're not. They've lost their way. You know what I'm saying? It's just, what happened to good old skunk bud? What happened to creeper weed? What happened to some of these other? Yeah, they're gone, guys. Remember the creeper? Damn, yeah. When was the last time you had any creeper? The cat poop. When's the last time you had some cat poop? Tasty. You know what I'm saying? I'm just remember some of they took a lot of this stuff away, guys. There's still some out there for some of us that have seeds, but I already showed you my seeds. I have seeds. Fuck all these clones. Cloning is not a bad thing, guys. You can clone for about 3. You can clone for a long time, but that's not how you should do it. You should take that and every 3 years, take it back to seed. That's how you keep the genetics so strong. But everybody's lost their ways. No, I can clone this for 1,000,000 years. Okay, whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? You can clones will last for a long time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that a good hardy strain won't be hardy, but you lose you guys wonder why we've really lost some of this. Like one of the best strains at OSB, that's an Oregon skunk bud. OSB, the best strain. That's probably my far superior, like in my top 3 ever. It's like up there with Acapulco Gold and some of the, other, and remember, some of these strains have been around for thousands of years too, guys, because of the seeding process. If you listen to me, the plant automatically goes back to seed. OSB is my favorite, man. Oregon skunk bud is the freaking, I love that. It just because it's not too skunky like that old school, but it's freaking gnarly, but it's got that Oregon. I can't find it anymore. So, but anyways, I don't mean to get on either connection. I just don't like, because I've been a big for me connection that Blue Dream works for my sciatica. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it does. It's more of it's an airy plant, JML. I mean, it is a type, but it's an airy plant. It doesn't get that hard double rock. It's never like that. It's not fluffy. You know what I'm saying? Or larfy, but it is more of a fluffier, lighter. That's what the OSC is all about. Man, that's freaking fire. I love that stuff because it does. It burns nice and hot and just, oh man. Because it works for me, I'm saying that the sativa really helps me. And I try to worry everybody when they started doing this legalization. I gave one major thing. I said, look, guys, I don't want the legalization, but what they're about to do is they're about to take all the sativa off the market and crossbreed everything and stick you with a bunch of indica. So you all got couch lock and you walk around like a bunch of fucking frontal lobotomized people because you're too stoned out of your mind. You know what I'm saying? It's too strong. Canada's very strong for most people. And now it's not like what people can't even smoke anymore because they smoke some homegrown leaf or something. Now it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's too strong. And then they've modified it and doing all these things. But I wasn't wrong. It's very hard to find a straight sativa anymore. And I hate being right about it. I don't like getting things right. like that, because because a lot of people always did pretty well with sativa. Most strains were more of a sativa dominant strains. You know what I'm saying? And that was kind of the norm. There wasn't as much indica out there, as there was sativa, and all those sativa strains are gone. But my favorite sativa strain of all times is Blue Dream. It's what works for me. I love growing it. I know how they work. I know how the plant works. And I've never grown two, like I said, that grow side by side that are the same. Every single time they grow, you know what I'm saying? Like one's lime colored and one's lighter green or darker green, or one's, they just don't ever two are the same. And I will literally go clone them myself and do the cloning myself and take them right from the same spot on the plant, right on the mother, because you can clone for a year, but the best thing is 3 years, then you go back to seed. Okay, 3 generations, not 3 years, 3 generations, you go back to seed. I take the two clones and they never act the same. Those two are right next to on the same spot and they never grow the same. Almost every other plant I can do that for most that I've grown, and they will be very similar. They don't look too different. Blue Dream doesn't do that. They're always two. It's like and I've had people grow them and they can grow two plants the same, but for no matter reason or how I grow them, and maybe because of how I work, they don't ever, and they don't want to be separate, but they kind of always feed off each other. It's really weird. They're one of the most, I love Blue Dream. I love growing it. I mean, I know this plant like the back of my hand because I've grown it year after year after year after, you know what I'm saying? And I love the way you get to know something after you've grown it for a while. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they did. Absolutely, Tony. I agree with it. I hate what they did in the industry because they ruined something that originally, if they just would have kept it as more of like a medical program, it was designed to get, like I said, medicine to the patient. A grower like myself who had issues could be a grower patient, but there were growers who specifically grow for patients, and they can make a living doing it medicinally. You can recover anything but rent, and you had to deal with medical patient or whatever, but it worked. And it worked. Like in this state, I thought that the OMMP was the best medical marijuana program in the nation because we didn't have the feds here. And so a lot of people were like, I cannot believe you're so against dispensaries. Well, it's going to bring in, they're going to want to regulate everything, and they're going to take away this ability for people like me to make sure that the patients get 2 to 3 ounces of flower. And there's other ways to give them because other growers do other things, make edibles or whatever. Old school is it gets them for no charge. See, I'm holding their card. It's their plants. It's not my plants. It's their plants. They're the patient. I'm holding. There are a lot of some growers that lost too. These are my plants. No, those aren't. Those are your patients. You have their placard on the wall. It says that those are their plants. So you're growing. Now, if you give them, whatever total at the end, if you can give them 2 ounces a month and you end up with more than that, obviously you can if you know how to grow and you're, and I don't ever try to get, it's like these 4 ladies that I have out here. Kevin was thinking we're going to get, 4 or 5 or 6 ounces a plant or 8 or 6, and I said, no, Kevin, we're going to get about 4 ounces, 3 or 4 ounces total because I'm not growing them. See, they're in little tiny pots. But look at the medicine on it. And he's like, yeah, that's definitely all that's going to really, I'm like all the bottom looks kind of like the top. I said, yeah, I don't do any of that. I grow different, because I want quality, not quantity. You know what I'm saying? You could take a dump load truck of your swag. I mean, all of it. I'll take a pound of some fire over a whole dump truck. Don't even dump it here. I don't even want it here. I don't want to smell it burning. I don't want it around. It's like the smell of McDonald's. I don't even want it in my car. So you can take your swag somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. I'd rather take a pound of some fire than a dump truck load. Anybody disagree when it comes to, I mean, if you're going to use it like I use it for medicine. I don't get high. I don't get a head rush. I don't get none of that stuff. I use it as medicine. For me, and I'm not giving any medicinal advice because I've gotten strikes for this on this, but Yeah, well, it's the trichome. I'm a trichome. That's the difference between me and most people on this rock. Honestly, connection is I'm a trichome farmer. I grow the trichomes. I know what makes that trichome grow on that plant. There's, I know what it makes it grow. That's what gets you medicated is the trichome. That little, looking like a little sperm, you know. And there's certain times that with certain plants you have to take it a certain time. There's you got to be able to look through there's a science behind it, not like that, but there's a science, you know. All I grew mine was chicken shit, organic honey, and organic sugar, and those things are just like, bam, they're popping the most. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so yeah, I'm a trichome farmer. People are like, why is your medicine, why is yours so different? Because I grow trichomes. You guys are all worried about how big and what it looks like. I don't give a shit what the medicine looks like. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but I care how it tastes and how it medicates me. So I can, you guys, and I can live without cannabis, but my body is constantly telling my body to go get surgery. If you know what nerve pain is, or nerve, because this signal pain I have because of the breaks and the surgery that I never have, my body is still struggling. It's in like shock, and it's constantly sending that go get fixed signal pain. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a good thing that my body still does that. It works. It's working. That means it's working. But it gets overwhelming because it sends pain. It's a pain, not like not like a break, not like a contusion, not like a cut, not like this is a whole kind of different. If you ever had sciatica, that's a very similar pain to signal pain, or sciatica is a signal pain. It's sending if you ever had a bad tooth or something, get that pulled out. You're not supposed to have bad teeth. Don't give me bad teeth in your head ever. Get it pulled out immediately or get it fixed. I never had problems with that. I just had too many teeth, so I had some teeth pulled out. But anyways, I've had that because I've had a crack, too many teeth and it cracked. But so I know what it's like for that nerve. That is like a 16th, probably what sciatica is. If you've never had it, you don't want it because it's a signal pain. So what the cannabis does for me is it slows the signal pain down. Does it take my pain away? No, I don't get the pain doesn't go away, but does it slow down my body so it will relax a little bit, so it can calm down and my nerves will settle? And see, a lot of times that sends off a lot of spasms in muscle and tingling of hands and nerve. It just leads to a lot of other, because it's like a pinched nerve. That's, it's a sciatic is a nerve. I mean, any touch on that sciatica thing, and I don't know, not anybody ever have sciatica. It's one of the worst that you can have, but that's personally, but yeah, what I'm saying, Donnie, that's why I've avoided surgery for all these years, because I can still walk, and, but that's why I personally use cannabis, guys. That's why I don't use it to get high or medicated, because it helps slow down the signal pain so my body can function. Otherwise it gets all, that's why it's better for me to actually stay moving, use cannabis, keep some cannabis in my system. I don't need to have too much. I'll know when, and I'm normally okay. But can I live without it? Yeah. It's a lot more painful. You know what I'm saying? Then I don't want narcotics, because to me a narcotic just puts a band-aid over it. At least the cannabis for me helps it slow down. Like I said, it's almost like getting a cortisone shot where, yeah, you're not going to really feel it, but I remember when they told me, they said, look, we're not going to give you cortisone because we really run the risk. You are really messed up and you should have had surgery, and now you've broken your back again, and you won't obviously get surgery. So now that we got you cornered down here, we're not going to give you the cortisone shots because we run the risk of crippling you and making you worse, because you are really bad. Your body has welded itself, fused itself naturally over the years by not having surgery. And when we go in and try to get into this to try to give you some relief, we're probably going to cripple you. So we have come to the decision that we're not going to give you the cortisone because you are at risk of being paraplegic. And so we're going to either not give you the shots, or you're going into reconstructive back surgery, and you need 2 back surgeries because we need to break all this apart first, get you reset, come back in, and then set you back again. And I'm like, and he told me, I remember them telling me, they're like, my son was there. He's like, if you got about 6 months, man, and you're done and you're not going to walk anymore because you're just running from this for too long. And, you're just too much. We can't give you the cortisone. You got 6 months. So we want you to come in and they scheduled me for back surgery. And I remember my son took me outside and he's like, Dad, he said, you're never going to be able to walk again. You're not going to be able to throw me the football, Dad. I said, son, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, And at the time, I was really having a hard time using cannabis because my son and I was fighting for custody of him. And I didn't want it, but I was using a little bit. And that's when I actually started. I moved out of the state because my son was so fucking afraid that I was never going to be walk again. And he was scared that if I stayed in Oregon, I was going to have back surgery, and he freaked. So I moved to Idaho just to avoid back surgery because they wanted to cut me open and jack me up and then put in that new vertebrae that had been broke, and the disc is where they thought they could fix the top vertebrae, but not the bottom vertebrae. And so it was 2 separate back surgeries. I'm like, dude, I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. I don't get child support. I work for a living. You want me to go? Who the fuck is going to pay my bills? You put me down for back surgery. I don't have anybody to help me. You know what I'm saying? So I left the state. My son was so freaked out. He's like, Dad, he said you're never going to walk again. And I said, Elijah, we'll figure it out, dude. I'm still walking. I'm not going to go out of the back surgery. He's like, and I did. I moved out of the state of Oregon. My son was so freaked out, man. He just wasn't right. He was so nervous. And I knew what if I stayed here, he just wouldn't. He was a wreck. He just couldn't get that out of. The worst thing I ever did was taking him, but I was a single dad, to that fucking doctor's appointment. I didn't have no other thing, no other way. You know what I'm saying? So I just dealt with it, and I took one look at me now, and that's when I had to sit down and tell my son. I said, son, well, I want you to know something. I said, Dad uses cannabis, and so this is what because he had never seen me or didn't, and I didn't use it in front of him. And I told him, I said, well, Dad's going to have to do something, to try to keep me going. You want me to throw the football to you 500 times a day? There's sometimes that Dad says, no, I can't throw the football. And you know that, right? Because I won't be able to throw you the football the next day. Sometimes Dad says, I say no. So if I move there, I let him know, hey, there's going to be times that Dad can't, and I'm going to have to use this medicine wisely. And I'm going to have to go to a place where it's not legal in Idaho. And I know people there, but that's going to Dad's going to have to stay low for a while and not, not that we won't, and he was like, and he calmed down. He's like, okay, I moved over there and he was fine and everything. He was fine over there. He never really thought about it ever again. And I was able to get access to I was really surprised too when I went over to Idaho because it was legal there, but almost everybody I ever met over there that was anybody that, and I'm not saying used cannabis. They just did it like back in Oregon when it wasn't legal. People just kept their blinds shut. They didn't smoke it on their front porch. Wasn't like being in Eugene where everything smells like, it was just done a little more low key. So, yeah, I did good and I bounced back, and I'm glad that I didn't have surgery because I don't think I would walk. I really think that, it's too low on my back and it's too old. I busted my back in the military when I was, pretty young, and I broke it the wrong way at like the base down there. So it's all these years, it's just fused. It's just the most gnarly thing. They show me x-rays and they're like, dude, this is disgusting how much calcium your body has put back to this area to try to fuse your body so it won't, it knows it needs to, so it keeps building more and more and more and more. They're like, this is unreal how much, your body's calcified. That's why they needed to take and break. And as I said, I might have considered it with one back surgery, maybe with one. But when he told me 2 back surgeries, I was gone. I already knew I was going to leave. I'm like, I can't do bad. I had nobody to pay for me, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I had no way anybody would help me. I knew my family, my mom, and they always set me up for failure when it was like trying to go through custody of my son and stuff. So I said, no way. I know they wouldn't help me, and I had nobody to watch my son. I was a single parent. I wasn't getting child support, no Social Security. I wasn't getting anything from the veterans, and I decided to run with it and said, nope, you're not gonna cut on me, um, and here I am, and honestly, guys, that's been, God, Elijah was pretty young then, 12 or 11, 12 years old or something. He's pretty young. So it's been a lot of years. Um, and I've been able to, thankfully, that I have access to good cannabis. And like I said, do I live without pain? No. I go to bed with pain and I wake up with pain. But if it's constant pain and it's something that you can have on a regular basis, anybody who's had pain that's a pain manager would know that's how it works. It's when like pain bounces around, like torn muscles and stuff, and things like that, when you start getting muscle spasms, it's painful because it's a newer pain. If you live with that pain every day, it doesn't go away, but it dulls it because you live with it some people would be on their knee, oh my God, bring me in, what's your pain level? 10. And you're like, what's your pain level? 4. And they're, because you live with it every single day. So thank you, Father, for that he made cannabis. For me, it does work better, and I don't want to put anything else in my body. I just don't. Personally, I just don't want to use anything else. I don't want to try to band-aid it, if that makes sense. I can tolerate it if it'll just stay more constant, but if I actually try to band-aid with a narcotic, I'm coming in and out of it, and the pain comes in. Nah. Plus, I don't like the way that any of that stuff gets me massive. I experience all the side effects, not one of them, normally all of them. So we'll move on with the subject here, but thank you so much, Father, for creating cannabis for those that need it, and not getting any missile advice. Use what works for you. But I'm thankful because I don't want to sit there and feel like crap and, get all shitty and didn't drink. I'm not saying that I wouldn't drink a beer or anything, but, to get smashed every night just to try to cover because I feel like crap from working all day. Drinking a half rack of beer or something to try to get, ease the pain. No, thank you. Like I said, I can puff and chooch until 2 in the morning or wake up at 5 or 6 after 3 or 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And I'm not high or, medicated anymore. It's out of my system, and I can get up and go to work in the first part of the day and feel normal. I don't feel headache, groggy, hungover, dry mouth, nothing. It's just a normal, and I don't always use medication before I go to bed. It just depends on how I'm feeling during the day. So I'm thankful Father made it, because I think it's my favorite flower that grows up out the dirt, and I love the way it smells. It's a pretty plant. That one peanut butter cookie, that thing is so sexy looking. That thing, when I make it wave around and she's all dancing around, look like a purple snuffleupagus or something there. But it sure is a wonderful to know that I don't have to take things like narcotics that just make me feel like dog shit, and I feel like I'm dying when I take that stuff. I don't know if people can take it, but yeah, this peanut butter cookie is going to be fire. It's going to be so good, man. Like I said, the reason why I got it, because it works good for my sciatica. It's crazy because it's an indica, a heavier indica. Peanut butter is, or Girl Scout cookie is definitely a heavy indica, but it doesn't hit me like that. It stops that signal pain a lot. It slows it way down. I don't get all foggy, or I don't get all, stupid, or feel like I can't function or work, or feel like I'm over medicated. So I really like the Girl Scout cookie. I remember when the first time I got that strain from a guy in Eugene, Oregon, and he had some real Girl Scout cookie. Man, I was so thankful. That guy, he was a really good guy. I think I still have him in my phone list as one of those people been from way back. But man, he had a couple other, I can't remember. I got from him, I got the Black Dahlia. He's the one who got me the Black Dahlia. And that was one of my favorite strains I've ever grown. It was so crazy because it looked so ugly looking. It looked like it was dark, and it looked like like, what the hell was that? That looked like some stuff that was sat in for like 2 or 3 years in a bottle. Had that look to it, like it just loses its color. And it's just like, I was like, dude, what the hell is that, dude? And it's like, and then he's like, no, dude, this is for you, dude. I know you. I know what your back is. I know what you got going on, and I want to help you out, man. He's like, this Black Dahlia. He said, this is and I remember, and I just love that too. That plant really works. Just unbelievably well for what I have for signal pain. Those are probably my top plants, like I said, that work for me. I know that there's others that work, but they definitely, Black Dahlia is a fabulous. The terpenes in that plant are unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? The terpenes in that plant they're probably some of the top terpenes. I love the way that terpene is in that plant. It's that plant is what really got me going in and going to research how to bring the terps out on a plant, like how to spark that terp in a plant. And I'm thankful for and actually it was really cool is my son, he grew his own strain, which I still have today because he brought it back to seed like he's supposed to do, and taught him how to grow. And he grew a Black Dahlia, and he did it was so awesome. And his is called Black M Wrap. Is his I don't know why he called it, but that's what he called it. It was called M Wrap. So man, I love his. I still have some of his seeds. I might not ever see my son again, but at least I have some seeds that we grew together. That's pretty awesome. Gotta miss my son a lot. It's pretty cool. I got to grow with my son. I never even got to smoke a bowl with my dad. I got to take my son to a dispensary. My son's the one who turned me on to these. I still got the 2 in there, guys. Haven't used them yet. Oh, man. These are the best yummy ever. There's 2 left. Oh, pineapple and cannabis. How do you know there's a God? Pineapple and cannabis. But isn't that cool? When your son turns you on to some good meds because he knows will work for you. These help too. When I'm really having a lot of issues, an edible works for you too if you don't use them very often. So I can make these last for months. They're actually getting kind of hard because they've been in there so long, but I don't use them unless I need them. I don't try to over medicate. Actually, they work really well if you don't overdo it. All right, time to load another bowl and go to bed, I guess. We'll lay down there. I don't know if I'm going to stay up too late. Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate that, Sabrina, for putting it out there. I miss my son so much. Thanks for supporting the ministry so much. You know what I'm saying? You're such an asset to the ministry. Appreciate it. I love your energy. I love your energy. Oh, let's do a little bit of that coffee thing. Let's take a little shot of this coffee. It's probably not very cold. Wow. Caffeine. Caffeine's strong too if you don't drink a bunch of it. I think Kevin might be trying to stop drinking coffee. He's trying really, really hard to stop drinking. All right. Let me get one for a second. Oh, stretch my legs. Oh. All those tacos were good. The taco was good. We eat more tacos tomorrow for breakfast. Tacos for breakfast. Chilly out there. Pretty chilly out there. Pretty chilly. Did you come sit next to the dad, puppy dog? Did you come to be with the dad? Did you come to be with the dad? I love you, puppy dogs. Dad loves you, boys. Woo! All right. Oh, my puppy boy. We love this boy. He's such a good boy. We love the bone. You're a handsome boy. You're a handsome guy. You're a handsome. You're a good boy. You're a good boy today. You're such a good guy today. You're just my best boy that ever did bone. Hear those other puppies over there? You hear the other pups? You don't care about those puppies. You just care about the dad, huh? They just cares about the dad. You want to be the dad? You're the handsome boy. You're the best guy I ever did best. You know the man? The man? And the man? You're the best. You're the best guy. I know. You're the best. Thank you. Thank you. Lots of fives. Ain't he lovely? Isn't he lovely? Is it the happiest bone ever? You happy, Bone? You look pretty happy. You look pretty happy. You look like a good boy. You were a good boy today. You were the good boy today. You're the best bone that ever did best. All right, Dad's gonna smoke a bowl. Oh. Oh, it's all about the puppy now. It's all about the bone. You're the best boy. You're the best guy that I ever did have in the wide world. On the single wide puppy dogs that I ever did best. You're the best bone. You're the best guy. You're the best bone. You're the best bone. You got such a handsome head. You got such a handsome head. That was from your dad. That's your dad. He had that same apple head, just like that. We love Bone. He's our best boy. Yes, you're the best. You're the best. You're the best guy I ever did have. You're a good Bone. Are you sitting on Dad's lap? What was that all about? No kisses. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want any kisses. I sure appreciate that. But I don't want any kisses. No, thank you. You're just going to have to sit there and be a good boy. Would you sit here for the next 3 hours with the dad? Uh-oh, we lost our chat, puppy. We lost our chat. Where'd our chat go? Oh, here, let's try to restart the chat here. Chat, oh, no spam, only top messages. All right, top messages. We'll see who says, or see if anybody else is watching. They're watching, they always watching, they're watching. Bodies on top of bodies, carbon copy, Illuminati, John Gotti, body. Oh, watching. They know they're watching. They're watching. So I've decided we're hanging out with the puppies. And if Dad goes to jail, then we got to hang out with the puppets, huh? Yes, the puppets. Where's the puppets? Where's the puppet over there? Where's the puppet? Where's your ears? What's your ears? Put your ears up. Your ears are so handsome. That's oh man, that's no. Yep, just keep documenting it. Keep documenting it. That's all you can do. Creating discovery. Keep creating that discovery. Where did my other lighter go? Where's the one with the poker go? There it is. The poker. We got liquor in the front and poker in the rear. Oh. So what's on your radar? There's 18 of you in here. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? I'm getting ready to chooch on some cannibal lectors here. We're going to blow the house down with smoke. Well, it's always partly cloudy in the high desert here. No. Man, I don't like this. This thing has such a narrow little opening on the bowl. Oh, thank you, Father. Kevin gave me some meds the other day. It was something different. It was pretty yummy. I think he gave me a couple different kinds. Some in there had a really good flavor too. Had some pretty good terps. Pretty good terps. Bully. I watched him forever. Custom Grow Television for what's with it? What up, YouTube? YouTube, what up? That's Roly Joly Oly. Roly Joly Oly. Man, this bull sucks. And can't find a decent one in town, so I only go to just the one dispensary. So I don't like going to all them other dispensaries. So you listen to Custom Grow 420? Like her, it doesn't matter, yeah. Oh, Stanley, all right, is Empower Drill. Good stuff. You ever watch that channel? Roly's been out, Jolie Oly. Oh. How can somebody intake that much cannabis and still think straight? But he seems to have his wits about him. So. Man, this bowl is horrible. This bowl is horrible. Oh, man. I don't know if I watched his channel after that he got that far, and it's probably been years since I watched his channel, but I watched him when he was just coming up, just getting, it's just YouTube channel just coming off the ground. So he do sponsors and stuff like that. So, but he's a pretty funny guy. Custom Grow 420 YouTube, what up? So. Yeah, he'd do some he do like some 1 gram dabs and stuff like that. It's a big old huge. I was like, dude, no thanks. But I don't really like the dabs. You know what I'm saying? I just don't really like the dabs. They're okay to do every once in a while. They're cool to do every once in a while. It's kind of nice to get a little, it's just so different, It's pretty powerful, but it's not that. It's just, that's over too much. That's just too much. Too much every time. Elijah likes the dabs, but he doesn't, he just does 1 or 2 and, sit down. He said, I just don't like all the, he will use flour, but, huh, I ain't got any emails. Interesting. But, I understand. It doesn't stink your house up like flour does. You walk in somebody's house, if they're smoking flour, you can smell it, right? Somebody would dab, it just kind of goes away. It doesn't have a very, it's pretty quick and, normally when I've seen him dab, he'll only take 1 or 2 dabs. He doesn't. So, trucking 1 day at a time. So I haven't, I didn't get anywhere. I just wasted 17 months for nothing, but that's okay. But just taking her 1 day at a time. Got a court date now, so hired an attorney. No looking for Elijah. So we're just having some cannabis talk here for an hour or 2, whatever. So it says I've only been on here for 1 hour and 20 minutes. That's hilarious. But yeah, I know that some people, the dab works pretty good for them though. it's a vast way to get some medication in their body, and it's, if you don't overdo it, I think it's okay, but I think people way overdo it. When it comes to the dabs, they turn into dab heads and go, oh, I can't get high off a flower. That's stupid, man. I want to smack the living piss out of somebody when they say that, but I won't touch them, you know. And just, dude, like, are you serious? You know, whenever people say that, I don't puff on no flower because I don't shoot on no, it don't get me medic. Oh, dude, really? She worked for millions of years and now it don't work for you, huh? You're the reason why I don't like the dab. So what I do is I take a little bit of it and just put a little bit on top of my, flour. So I'm saying it's okay to put a little bit on top of your dab, a little crumble or something's nice. If you had, riddles like, oh yeah, now I feel better and I can relax for the night and chillax, watch a video or something, do study or something. But uh, it's kind of nice for a treat. That's why I consider it like a treat. You put it on top, it's like a treat to put on there, or something a little different, like some keef or something, or a little hashish. Put a little, on top of your bowl or something, and on top of flour, and it's kind of a nice every once in a while. I like the live rosin. Remember, that's what I like. I don't like dab. I like live rosin. I like it to be all the terpenes in it, and so I'd rather lose 2/3 of my meds and gain 1/3 to have live rosin instead of dab. You know what I'm saying? Because rosin's pressed. It's heat. It's not. It's pressed. It's not heat. It's a press, and you're going to gain all the. You're not going to destroy any of the terpenes, so they're literally still alive. So I enjoy to have a little bit of that on top of the bowl, and um, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're good if you want to get a little chooched, you're like, oh, well, sure, I'll puff on that. I'm going to be hanging out here for a while and I'm staying here. I ain't going to worry about it. But, whatever. It's kind of like a little treat. Oh, man, damn, I think my lungs are crawling out the back of my neck, like, holy crap. Why do you do that? How do you do that every time, you do the dab thing and your lungs are like, help me, and you're all right. But, that's okay every once in a while. Your lungs are like on fret, but, that's why I'm saying that's how I have, live rosin, but I don't really use it very often. I only really use it when I'm kind of in pain. I use it like when I eat a gummy. You know what I'm saying? I use it like I eat a gummy when I need it. I don't just use it to chooch on it. I mind everyone's like, oh, well, it'd be a little taste of something because it's real tasty because it's the live rosin. But like, no, I need it to bring down my, really, I imagine that happens to people who do it for extended because there's really they're not really research on anybody who's ever used dabs for extended period of time. Appreciate you, giving us your testimony there. Netio, I'll call you Net. You know what I'm saying? Made you a little asthmatic, I imagine, chooching on those big dabs all the time like that, blowing out those clouds of war. I've seen some of those guys. They're like, like we were talking about, like Roly Oly Jolie, or Jolie Jolly. He would put a whole gram, probably more, but like a whole gram, See, I'd never seen my son ever do anything like that. He just takes one kind of dab, just one medium hit or whatever, and blows it out or whatever, and maybe one more. His girlfriend or take one or something like that, or he might take two, and then he sets it down, and then he'd be 4, 5, or 6 or hours later, he might do that again. He's not dabbing all day long. I know some people do that. You know what I'm saying? They're just dab all day long. Play games, just sit there and dab all day long.
Yeah, so I know people hit it hard for a while. Well, I totally get you there. I totally understand connection why people do it that way. For that case, you know what I'm saying? That they don't have the buildup from all the carbon to the flour. Because it's going to be in there. So totally get that. Totally get that too. Why people use it like that responsibly. And I think that's why my son used it honestly like that. He don't want to. He still has flour. He'll always have flour, and I know he can. You know, he's not with the flour, but he just does a couple. You know, like I said, and that way he's not taking and burning all that material. You know, it's actually kind of smart. You know, but I love flour, man. I've been chooching on flour since I was 3 years old. I didn't do it at 3 years old. Somebody made me whatever. My mom was so mad, but you know, I guess I was just young. My parents were hippies, so I'm sure they smoked a lot of it. You know, my mom was probably high when, you know, my dad was probably high when when they made me. You know, so all right, I hope everything works good for you, man. Take care. Appreciate your testimony coming in here. We're just yeah, just have a little cannabis talk. Why not? Like I said, it helps me. It's like I'm having a lot of sciatica. I've been having some this last couple of days. I don't know whatever it is. It just I've been thinking it's more been the sun doing it to me than anything, more than my sciatica. I just been I don't know. I felt a little off. You know, when I figured I'm really just probably not going to ever talk to my son again, and I just can't. And that thing with Lady in Red hit me. I just haven't been the same since the whole Lady in Red incident. Kind of took me for a fucking loop. So it hit me harder than I thought it would. You know, is what I'm saying. So it kind of had a lasting effect, if it will, like that. But I'm okay. Like I said, I don't. I'm not mad at her. I just don't like, you know, ripping open old wounds. I don't have to. So, um, but anyways, there's a reason why people use, you know, dab and do different things because everybody works a little bit different for everybody. So what works for me doesn't work for other people. And I try to tell people that about cannabis too. Don't tell people that cannabis works for everybody. It's like this cure all, you know, but you know, some people it's way too strong. Some people it's just not meant for people to, you know, because they can't moderate with it, you know. Yeah, no, exactly. I know so many people. That's a freaking blessing right there. Thank you for that, you know, connection. Dude, imagine what would you be like if you were still taking opiates? You know what I'm saying? Perks and, you know, whatever. They got all kinds of, I know they do that under more than one name, but, you know, pills just makes my stomach want to rot when I think about how disgusting pills are. And I'm not saying that every once in a while if you needed to take one in a pinch, you know, I'm something. I will never take one ever, 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 ever. But you know what I'm saying? I know why people do. It works. You know, but it's more like a band-aid once again. It's not fixing anything. There's nothing yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I try to tell people like, oh, you get high. Like, no, I don't get a head rush. I don't get a head rush. I don't go, oh, I don't get like that. It just helps the med. It's just get medicated. You know what I'm saying? That's why I try to. I know your name's Connection. I remember the first time you came under, but I don't get high. I get medicated. You know, that's it. Just medicated. I'm so over. You know, there's no high there like that, and I don't want to get high. I don't want to feel all whoa and get all head rush and I just don't feel like that. That's not what I'm going for. I'd figure out if that's give cannabis made that way, I'd probably try to find something else that wasn't so fucking strong like that. Because I don't want to feel like that. I got to work. I got animals. I got a farm. You know what I'm saying? I got things I got to do. I can't be all, you know, the heroin, opiate, black wall, you know, you know, morphine kind of. Whoa, where'd that time go? Where's the time go? Where's the time go? Having momentary lapse of reason and shit. No thanks. This is the worst bowl ever. Some bowls just suck. This bowl is horrible. This bowl is horrible. All right. I better go, guys. It's 1 o'clock. Thanks for the conversation. Love you guys. Thanks, family, for listening. We got a court date here, so we'll see what Father's got in store for me. Either going to jail or gonna probably head south at that point. So hard to believe we made it this far, but I appreciate everybody's been along the way here. Been a long road. Got a long way to go to get to the end. I know we're not near the end yet, so hang on. It's about to get more intense. That's what the word says. So that's what I'm planning on. That's what it says it's going to be. So I'm not planning on anything else because I'm not making any plans. Father's making all the plans here. So much love, family. Appreciate your ear again, and we'll see you again on the next High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. And stay in the Word. You're supposed to be girded in His service when He returns. You could have died 100 years ago, and He ain't returned yet. So that great and dreadful day of the Lord is one judgment for all of us. So we'll have to maybe all meet on the other side. That's kind of pretty awesome what we got going here if you think about it, because we're all here in spirit, not in flesh. Hogadesh. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for that. It's kind of like remember, it's a wedding feast of the lambs, standing in line waiting for the feast of the lambs. So we're waiting in line. So thanks for waiting in line with me. We got a ways to go, so hold on. You better plan on being here for a while. Love you, brothers, sisters. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Yep. Don't let no one stake your crown. 3:11. I come quickly, like a thief in the night. Don't go to sleep. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. That's broadcast. Careful who you are watching, which broadcast. We'll see on the next one. Whoa.